What is up, Chatnimi? My name is Zeth, son Naturo.
No, it's Zeth's son Shinovar. How dare you disrespect his name?
I am respecting my father, who I recently killed.
Oh, damn.
Yes.
Nah, I'm sorry.
It's very sad.
Don't worry about it.
Very, very sad.
You seem very sad.
Yes, Claris Nimi, I'm very sad.
No. Mm-mm.
But my sword Nimi learned how to not murder, and that will help some other Stormlight Cosmere story in the future.
I don't think you could just call everybody Nimi. That defeats the purpose.
But you are Claris Nimi.
No, I'm
And Chat
Claris
Nimi
wife.
is here to watch the nerdy.
The wordy.
The book club Nimi.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Wow. Love that for us. I'm really sad we don't have the sword for you, but that's fine.
It's somewhere in the house.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
We misplaced Nightblood. What could go wrong?
Yeah. Totally fine. We also don't have a sheath for it, so that's a problem.
We don't have a sheath for it. It is constantly just sucking up my life force, which is where all my hair went. Thank you so much for 20 gifted memberships to start us off. Blue,
thank you so much.
Blue is gifting memberships because Blue Nimi knows we're done with Cosmere for a minute, and we're very excited about that.
I was going to say, Blue's very
They're going to be here for book clubs about books they've actually read in the near future.
I love that for you, Blue. Incredible. Happy New Year, chat.
Happy New Year, chat. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Yes, I commit to bits.
Yeah. You look like you have baby face.
I do have a baby face, yeah.
No, I mean, like, that's, like, what Shalon thinks of Shin people every time she looks at them. It's like, wow, that looks like a child.
Shalon Nimi has some very odd perceptions of the world. That is true. That is true.
Super prejudice.
Yes.
How we doing, chat? How's everyone's New Year's? What's everybody up to? If anyone rings in the New Year while we're live, you have to let us know. And we will wish you a happy New Year. But I think
if you're in Japan, it just hit midnight.
Probably.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. I know it's like a holiday, but it's also 4 year 4 years of book club.
Happened?
I was like 5 years? No. It's 4 years of book club.
No, it's our 4 year anniversary of the Nerdy Wordy Book Club. Thank you all for joining us.
Crazy.
In what has been truly an experiment in how much people can put up with me and my autism. And I am so grateful for all of the comments where people go, Nerdy's autistic? That makes things make more sense.
Yeah. Hey, it all falls into place.
It all falls into place eventually. This has been, the joy of my life. I think this show has truly, just been such a wild adventure of getting me back into reading weekly, which I'm so grateful for.
Yeah, so am I.
Getting me so excited about books. And it's so funny to, come up with a show because your trailer reaction to a Wheel of Time trailer does well. And then 4 years later, suddenly you're just reading constantly. And it's changed the way that I use my brain committing to the show. And that's been such a fascinating part of this adventure with you all as we've gone through all of Wheel of Time, all of the Inheritance books by Christopher Paolini, all of Fourth Wing.
I didn't do all of Fourth Wing.
And now,
I want to be very clear.
Basically, all of the Cosmere, except for the secret books. Although, actually, I don't think Isles of the Emberdark is a secret project. So I think we technically have one more Cosmere book before I can say that. But
okay, I don't know.
I think so, right? Isles of the Emberdark isn't a secret project, but everything we have left is. Because we have Tress of the Emerald Sea, Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, Isles of the Emberdark, Sunlit Man, and...
You forgot Morning Glory Milking Farm. We did do that, unfortunately. Secret projects are still
Why do you say unfortunately? That Morning Glory Milking Farm was fun.
It was something.
It was a fun book club.
Isles is a secret project.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. All right.
Interesting.
All right. So
why did it come out years later then?
Just some secret books.
Is he just calling books secret projects randomly? I feel like Brandon, if it's a secret project, it has to be part of that Kickstarter. You can't just add secret projects later.
Oh yeah, I think he's doing that. All of the extra books he's doing are secret projects.
This man frustrates me, but only because I just finished Wind and Truth.
We'll be back to liking him when we don't have
after we read Tress. Apparently, Tress of the Emerald Sea is fantastic.
Yeah. Excited for that. Yeah. Secret projects are books he's writing under his own publishing house and not Tor.
Oh.
That makes sense. Okay.
But they're in the Cosmere, so the Cosmere's being published under multiple publishing houses? That's kind of a nightmare. Because then you can't get, like... he can never do a full Cosmere edition.
Oh.
Because they're, like, published by different publishing houses. I mean, well, he probably has a good enough relationship with Tor that he could pull it off.
Yeah, I'm sure they would work with him.
That's interesting.
But, yeah, okay.
PhenoFX says, can I get some final score of the book early? Give me 2 out of 10 or something to be hyped for analysis. Ooh. For the whole book? I would say a 3.
Okay, I was going to go 4.
Yeah, I don't think a 2 is fair. I think a 3 is fair. I'm gonna air some grievances today with this book.
Yeah, y'all, today's book club is gonna be something, so buckle up.
Yeah.
And if you love this book, I also am curious to hear why.
Yeah, no.
This is a conversation.
If you love this book, I understand why. I don't think that I don't think that the 2 out of 10 is me. I think this is a bad book, and I've said that for multiple weeks now. But I don't think that this book is bad in a way that it's not able to be enjoyed by people who like it. But in what I wanted Brandon Sanderson to follow the other books in the Cosmere with, I do think it is an abject failure, both in interest for me. I think it is an incredibly boring book where very little actually matters at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And don't worry, the book tells you repeatedly that the things that they did didn't matter. So it's not even like me saying things don't matter. The book constantly tells you that everything our characters have done is pointless.
Yeah.
And I find that very frustrating. But I also think that it is a failure in Brandon following through on ideas that he brings up and in being respectful of the cultures he creates. And there's sort of a weird meta-narrative about the singers and their relationship with the world of Roshar that is so dropped at the end that I find it very odd for the heroes of our book to, at the end of this book, be like, oh, God, Dalinar came up with the only kind of win, and it's the singers had never really had a say in any of this, and they are now enslaved by an evil god again. And I find that to be such a disappointing position for the heroic characters to take.
Yeah, I would have thought it would have improved on Warbreaker, but it kind of fell into the same disappointment.
No, it's just the indigenous cultures of this planet follow the evil god, so it's okay that we kill them constantly. And the ones that like humans are the only ones that are given any personification after Kaladin meets that group on the road. And I really did think when Kaladin met that group on the road that Brandon Sanderson was going to start seeding in much more of the singer's side of this story.
Yeah.
But by when in truth, they're literally just faceless villains for Adlin to slice through. Like, the singers have become literally just fodder. Yeah. And it's really disappointing to me that the book ends on such a cultural misaligning of values in Dalinar having this moment of saying, like, I believe that all of the smartest people are here and can solve this problem, and he just names his family members and then fucks off and is like, well, if the singers end up being enslaved again for a period of time, not my problem. Mm-hmm. My family is filled with the best people alive, and those humans will solve it later. And I just think that given what he attempts to do with Kaladin and that group on the road, given the attempts to do things with R'laine, I do think that... Given
the fact that the humans took this planet from the singers, like...
I think that there's this weird focus on colonialism. It's in the visions, it's in all of these things, and yet he really failed to bring a single singer POV into the books at all after that Kaladin moment.
Well, it depends. Well, I guess
they're just enslaved again, and like that's the win. That's the best outcome. Is all of the singers on the entire planet are enslaved in darkness, and the only people who aren't are people tangentially related to Dalinar's family. Yeah, and it doesn't. The way the book treats the ending is so hollow to me because it like forgets that there's other people on this world.
Your son is there, Adolin. no, the other one. Like,
When Monk says, I thought Venli would have been a bigger part of this book. Venli does nothing. Venli walks to the Shattered Plains, receives a piece of paper, and that's it. Like, that's her whole...
Hey, she gets to ride a Chasm Fiend, which is
That's
cool.
not narrative.
No. I mean, it's cool. It's
That's
a
a
cool
theme park
moment.
ride.
It is not, it's not storytelling.
And
Yeah.
I think that there's so many ways in which Brandon Sanderson dropped the ball on the singers that I don't know. I don't know what I was supposed to get out of this book. I think that it is
Definitely walked away feeling disappointed.
We're going to talk about some really banger moments and some things that I really loved.
Yeah, great moments.
But the only way you can view the end of this book as a win is on Wit's timeline of stopping the gods from escaping Roshar.
Because
and
Wit
I don't
is the main character.
give a shit about Wit. I care about the people of Roshar. And they're in horror, but the book wants me to think that Dalinar won. And I just don't... I don't understand. If you want to have the end of part 5 be that Taravangian wins and that our heroes are going to have to come back next time and beat them, I'm okay with that. Like, I understand, like, going a little bit more grimdark. I don't think Brandon Sanderson has enough grimdark in him to commit to something like that, so I don't actually think it's going to be as interesting as it could be. I don't think that he's willing to go hard enough to make that work, because we'll talk about how everything at the end of this book has some level of cop-out in it. But the book keeps telling me Dalinar won, but no one thinks of the singers. They don't even think of all of the humans who are going to die. Every human outside of Azimir and Urithiru is either going to be enslaved to a singer or die.
Or have to pray to Odium to survive.
No, that doesn't matter.
What?
It doesn't matter. The human beings on Roshar cannot sing...
No, I'm talking about the listeners.
Well, no. All of the singers and listeners have to pray to Odium. What I'm saying is that all of the human beings outside of Azir and outside of Urithiru can't sing the light into plants. Only listeners can do that. So the humans, who are the majority of the population everywhere that is covered in darkness, they're just gonna die. Because they cannot grow crops.
Well,
there's no sunlight, and they can't move light into plants.
I don't think Odium would just let a bunch of potential troops die. But, yeah, they could. That's definitely a possibility.
I don't think that... I highly doubt that Odium is going to do anything for the humans. He's just... They're just going to become slaves.
But he won all these cities. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, they're basically going to be enslaved. But... he's not gonna like let all the people in these cities die. He needs people to run them. He needs people to train. He needs an army.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That to me being treated as a win is very odd.
Yo, yeah.
That's me being treated by the book as like, look what Dalinar did for everyone. He didn't do shit. He never learned anything. And whatever information he learned in the spiritual realm is not information that is accessible in the books anymore. So if any of it is valuable, another character has to go learn the same thing again.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't even leave any of this behind for anyone. So there's just nothing. This book is a big ol' nothing. And it doesn't go hard enough to be a true dark ending.
Yeah.
It just lands sort of lands trying to be dark, but isn't, because everybody gets a cop out so that no one's actually in any real danger.
Yeah.
And so it just ends on this like wet flop on the ground. And I think that's what I'm so disappointed in. If you wanted Taravangian to have this big win, fucking go for it.
Yeah.
Like, why spend 1,500 pages on this is what I don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nimvin says
100%.
Brandon had a much darker ending and the publisher told him to back off. I don't believe that for a second. Based on everything, no, I'm saying that sounds like an internet story to me. I don't believe...
It probably is an internet story because Brandon Sanderson is on the internet and says a lot of things.
I don't know that Brandon Sanderson would throw his publisher under the bus like that. If that is a direct quote from Brandon Sanderson, A, that's him throwing his publisher under the bus because this book got bad feedback, which is not great. And B, based on everything I've read of Brandon Sanderson's, I'm not surprised at the cop-outs he wrote into the end of this book. Because they're the same things he writes into all of his books. And I'm not surprised. There's just too many of them because there's so many plot lines.
Yeah.
Brandon Sanderson said that? Damn.
Wow.
Damn, someone is feeling the pressure of the reception of this book then. Because that's the kind of thing you only say when you're trying to deflect blame. If the book was received really well and he said that, then it's like, I actually wanted to go harder, but like my editor, helped me get to a certain point. But when the book is getting as much negative press as this, you're like, I did want to write a different ending, but my publisher said I couldn't. All right.
That's a choice. It's a little awkward.
That surprised me. That does not feel like a Sanderson. Although, no, Brandon Sanderson also shit all over the Wheel of Time after being a consultant, so maybe he's just willing to be that honest.
And honestly, that's, you know what, respect.
Yeah. Yeah, Wheel of Time. We're Wind and Truth, we finished it.
We finished Wheel of Time a long time ago.
Sound Guy 0DB110 said, basically Dalinar just gave Urithiru and Aesir time for the latter half. It's a temp win at a cost while using the focus of the other shards that previously didn't care as long as Odium was trapped. A temp win to do what?
Well, but...
for Wit to show up and give them more things to do.
Well, for an entire generation to live in slavery and darkness, and, that's pretty fucking rough. Also, I just think that the idea of... Nothing we can do about this, so I'm gonna make Odium other gods and other worlds' problems. It has nothing to do with this book and these characters. So I just don't really care.
Well, and also, when Dalinar makes that choice, he doesn't know that honor is just going to decide Odium has to follow the contract, even though it was broken dishonorably.
He also doesn't know that, Kaladin's gonna be joining the fucking Oath Pact to save all the Spren. Dalinar is literally like, fuck the Spren, fuck the Singers, my family will maybe figure this out in a few years. He doesn't know
but he leaves
what the Oath Pact is doing.
This would work for me. Genuinely, this would work for me if Navani got information in the spiritual realm that could help them in the future. And so the end of the book, we as an audience at least know that Dalinar knows that if they can get Navani out of the cocoon, that there is some information in Roshar that could help.
Right.
The end of this book is Dalinar being like, they'll figure it out in the future, despite the fact that there's nothing to figure out. There's no information that anybody has that is helpful. The world is completely fucked, and the only help that could comes from off-world. And so Dalinar is like,
nothing to do with
someone in the Cosmere will help.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean? And so that's what it ends on.
I just don't, and I don't find that interesting. And that's why I grade the book so low, because it really just lost my interest. Yeah. And then it really fucking pissed me off at the end.
Tequila Sunset says, make Retribution the other god's problems. He's a new man with a new identity. He's not. That's this thing that these books try and tell you, but they're not. Sazed is still Sazed. Taravangian is still Taravangian. The
Odium still exists within Retribution.
If Taravangian was really Todium, Kharbranth wouldn't exist anymore. But it does. These characters, especially because the shard is so new, it hasn't had time to really change him yet. You know what I mean? And
that's true. Yeah.
There's a real element of.
No, we appreciated Tequila Sunset. It's just very funny that that is the sentiment.
But that is a thing that these books want to try and do, but it isn't really true. Taravangian beats them with Taravangian things, not with Odium things.
Right.
And I wish he'd been the villain, or I wish he'd been Odium longer. I wish he'd been Odium at the end of Oathbringer.
Sure.
And that, all of these machinations were things that... Because then
put into place?
Yeah, and then it wouldn't just feel like in 10 days he became God and also crushed it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because at the end of the book, he becomes Retribution, and then the end of the book is it took him months to even be able to focus on Roshar after becoming Retribution.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Yeah. He goes and hides for a while, and you're like, oh, okay.
Arzu, thank you for that super chat. Dalinar
Arzu.
literally decided to pass the buck, so I'm very disappointed in him. It's very much not taking responsibility, and considering his character in Oathbringer, it negates everything I liked about him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair.
Everyone negates their character arc.
I do
except
think
Braidlin.
that Brandon Sanderson wrote him into this impossible choice and didn't provide any other options, which is unfortunate. Because it felt like Brandon Sanderson wrote this ending before he wrote Dalinar's arc.
Yes.
In a way.
No, he started with this.
Yeah.
100% he started with
and
this.
then had to work his way back to this. And it's not that, look, and I look at the choices Dalinar had, and I'm like, yeah, maybe he did do the best thing, but that's because it's what Brandon Sanderson wrote. There could have been anything else. The author could have provided anything else.
Well, but we could have gotten here in a way where it was active. And it's just, one of the things that's so frustrating about this book is it's so inactive.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are like really upset about Navani's plotline, which I think is completely fair.
She held a child and then was put into a coma.
Yeah.
Has a woman ever been like
she was fridged? Yeah, literally put
without
into a fridge.
being like, but able to talk.
Yeah.
She's literally there to be like, Dalinar, consent, and then she's without consent turned into a cocoon.
Well, no, she does say, sibling, do it. Even if she doesn't
know what it is.
No, 100%, but she does say, go for it, so...
Sorry, she doesn't give informed consent.
Sure. Sure.
What was the point of Rhythm of War? Like, just as a novel, what was the point of the Fourth Bridge? Remember when they built a flying ship that was used one time to save a small town?
Literally one time.
That was literally used? Remember they built a flying ship that was used a single time and never came back? And was never relevant ever again?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of this book.
Yeah, Shim's Lady makes an interesting point. I didn't like the whole, actually, Taravangian just wanted power angle. He would have been a much more interesting antagonist if they kept him as an unsettling pragmatist with a savior complex. And I agree. I think
he is a pragmatist with a savior complex. That's why he saves Carbranth. The cop-out of him saving Carbranth is Brandon Sanderson trying to see that is still who Taravangian is at the end, right? And, like...
But he literally says to himself... Here's the problem. Here's the problem I have with it. He literally says to himself in his internal monologue...
Yes, that's what it's
I am odium now, and these people are gonna die. Like, we were in his head. The fact that it wasn't written in that he snuck these people out, which would have made that moment more interesting, and then the end more interesting. The fact that he didn't think it in his head is so fucking stupid. We are in his POV. This is not from an outside perspective, okay?
But babe, he's a god.
I don't give a fuck. You're telling me that cultivation is a god and has been a god for a fucking millennia. Cultivation is there and got distracted by the thing that was happening in front of her.
In the final seconds?
She should have fucking seen. She is transfixed onto the horrors that are happening here. And she goes, squirrel. Sorry, what were we doing? Like, no, I don't fucking buy it. I'm so sorry. She was not distracted. She was fucking locked into the mass murder that Taravangian was committing and then, wink wink, didn't commit. But inside his own head, he didn't think that he wasn't going to commit it because the reader can't fucking know. Fuck it! It's so dumb and I hate it. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I've never been more pissed off by a book. And I thought that my peak was gonna be Taravangian becoming fucking odium within 6 days. I thought that was as angry as I was gonna get. I was wrong. Chad, I was so wrong. I'm so mad.
Brother Armand says, yeah, like, I enjoyed the twist of Taravangian lying to himself, but that first chapter should have been from Cultivation's POV to hide the twist better. 1,000%.
Yeah, it should have been. Then we could see the moment she got distracted, because I don't fucking buy it.
Practically Incarnate isn't part of Dalinar's victory, proving that Taravangian actually did care about power and not just a misguided savior complex. Dalinar doesn't have a victory. Dalinar and Wit keep patting themselves on the back in the way that, like, Dalinar's victory at the end of this is a victory in the way that, like, Mr. Beast building 100 wells in Africa is a victory, where, like, that's really awesome. It only matters if somebody goes and maintains those wells.
Sure.
But if those wells are in operation for like a year, they don't do that much good, right? It is the problem. And look, I'm not saying that Mr. Beast won't maintain those wells. I'm saying that building wells, but without infrastructure,
is like the minimum.
But they're patting themselves back in the sense that, like, they built those wells and hope that someone else shows up to take care of them. Mm-hmm. Again, not calling out Mr. Beast. I have no idea who's maintaining those wells. He has enough money. They're probably fine. But I'm just using an example that we can all understand. Dalinar's patting himself on the back, being like, I proved Taravangian is this thing. He doesn't know Taravangian at all. And so it's just a massive loss. It's just a massive loss. Yeah. This book ends on the bad guys win. But the the problem is the people who are harmed by the bad guys win aren't considered by the people calling themselves heroes. That's what I find so frustrating. Like, I find it so frustrating that Dalinar is like, I've become a better man, but I'm still not a good enough man to consider who is harmed by my choices. And I'm still not a good enough man to consider the singers to be people, or that they are deserving of a voice in this conflict. And I thought Bayero Mishram was going to be the person who brought that voice into the end of the book.
Yeah.
And Bayero Mishram doesn't matter.
Fucks off. Literally
gets freed and then does nothing.
Yeah.
It's and so that's what's so frustrating about this novel for me, is that, like, we've created this indigenous population. We've said that we've colonized them. We've murdered them and bred them and enslaved them for thousands of years. Then we start a war. They, by no choice of their own, are on the side of the bad guy. And so we kill them for 5 fucking books. 3 books after we find out that they've been slaves, that we enslaved and, like, forcefully bred, chattel slavery style. And then Kaladin meets a group of them, and it feels like we're fucking putting some focus on them, and then the books just forget that happened, and we go back to treating the indigenous population of this planet like the fucking monsters that go bump in the night, even though they're people, and we know they're people. We know that they're people because Kaladin had that one fucking day on the road.
Yeah.
And these books never go back to them at all.
And because of Leshwi. Like, I think that there's so much that could have been done with Venli and Leshwi and helping other singers, right? Like, really enforcing this listener ideal and trying to help people, and they just wandered through a cavern and then, like you said, picked up a piece of paper. And I do think that moment, like how they circumvented Odium winning the Shattered Plains, I do think that that's a cool idea. We've said several times, there's so much in these books that is a cool idea on paper, right? Like
the concept art that is L.
Yeah.
L is really cool concept art and is literally nothing else.
L is like, oh, you have the Shattered Plains?
That he was introduced.
Oh, cool. Well, I look forward to doing business with you. Have a good one. Shardblade! Okay, peace out.
L is fan fiction, and it's unfortunate. And a lot of this book falls into, like, and I say fan fiction not because fan fiction is bad, but because fan fiction typically breaks the rules of the original world to have fun in a way that I love.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, I love when a fan fiction is like, hey, this rule the author put in their book, I don't care about that. I want to do this other thing.
Yeah.
And I think that fan fiction is great because of that. Because we get to explore worlds from different perspectives, and we can break the rules because it's not canon, and we can kind of have fun with other ideas. Mm-hmm. A lot of this book feels like Brandon Sanderson writing fan fiction of his own book, in that it feels unedited. Well, no, but it feels unedited. And the rules of his, like, the Unoathed, Adolin and the Unoathed feel like a fan fiction idea, not a real Stormlight Archive idea.
Unoathed!
Like,
armor up, and you're like, who? Sorry,
if you told me that there was a book out there where Adolin got shard plate and a shard blade that are able to change form and exist past the existence of Stormlight, I'd be like, oh, that must be a really nice fan fiction story where Adolin gets to have magic powers because this fan of the series wanted him to have powers.
Yeah,
but like
Adolin,
him having blades and plate that do all the magic stuff without any oaths or connection to a god, or he just gets magic without any consequences.
He gets them with promises.
That's not in the actual Stormlight Archive because we've established what the rules are.
Yeah.
And so that, when I say, like, fan fiction, that's what I mean. Like, it feels like a fan was like, oh, I want Adolin to have this thing, and so I'm going to give him that in my story online, which is a great thing to do. I love fan fiction. I still read fan fiction. I do not think that I'm coming for fan fiction at all.
Yeah.
But the rules for fan fiction and the rules for a real novel, like a published, edited novel, I shouldn't say real. Fan fiction is real writing. The rules are different because you are allowed to go like, you know what? It's not canon. I'm going to have Aragorn have wizard magic in my version of Lord of the Rings. And that's great. And I love that. But that has a feeling to it that this book sometimes has the feeling of.
Yeah.
Of like, oh my God, there's a fused who like doesn't have a title and he's covered in metal. What does he do in the plot? Literally nothing. But like, isn't this concept art I came up with so cool?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It feels like
or it's like Brandon Sanderson's like, you're gonna love this guy in like 10 to 12 years. And it's like, okay. At that point...
But that's not establishing a character.
No, I know. I know. And I think it's a huge misstep. Because we're sitting there being like, we are introduced to this guy. And, like, I know you hate the term Chekhov's gun, but he's like a person who's introduced that feels like he's supposed to do something meaningful. And then doesn't.
And then doesn't. Yeah.
Does nothing.
Yeah.
Like, literally nothing. Chris, thank you for that super chat. I like Wind and Truth. One of the biggest problems is too much isn't about Wind and Truth. Yes. I don't know why I read this. I don't know why this book is the way that it is.
Yeah.
You could have done... Yeah. Again, and if you like this book, I can point to so many moments in this book that I could be like, I like this, I think it's good, and I understand why people read that, and are like, I enjoy this. Mm-hmm. But I think as a novel, I can't rate it any more than a 4 out of 10.
Lightblinded Fool, thank you for that super chat.
You.
When Adolin pinky swears wearing shard plate, it can have very lasting, even fatal effects.
Apparently, yeah.
But even that, here's the thing. I'll be honest with you. I don't mind so much that Adolin got the plate and his blade magic, whatever. Yeah. I think it breaks the rules, and I do think it's a cop-out, but I love Adolin, so, like, I'm fine with it. My problem with it is that Adolin had to put in years of work to get that.
Yeah.
And now anyone who Adolin just decides Adolin wants to have magic will have the magic blade and plate.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, we can just give this to 37 people.
Yeah.
Those 37 people... The 9 who joined Adolin in this book didn't have to put any effort or kindness into treating inanimate objects as real in order to get there. They just get magic because Adolin says so.
Yeah.
And then the next 37 will just be whoever Adolin decides. Like, that's not... That is...
It makes what
very
Adolin...
odd to me, given how the rest of this world works.
Exactly. And it makes what Adolin has done just not matter, less special, and kind of inconsequential to the story, right? Because like you said, Adolin did these things, put in this work, but it doesn't matter because everyone else can just pick it up and do it, and like, who gives a shit, right? And it loses, like, then Adolin kind of loses a piece of what makes him such a wonderful, unique character. And I think that I think it undercuts him in a way that is tragic, because he's great. And I love his POVs as well, because I really I love the way that he sees the world. And I feel like I really do understand him and what his desires are. And I do think that, obviously Dalinar being gone, like, Adolin is a great person moving forward to try and help this world and save people. Yeah. But it doesn't make me any less angry with Dalinar.
And Sound Guy says, see, the Adolin stuff was 100% my favorite part of the book. I agree. It is my favorite part of the book. I really enjoyed his arc and where it ended up. Yeah. As someone who has had to adjust after a hip injury due to mobility issues, it just spoke to me. And I love that element of it.
Yeah.
I just wish that it had taken more time. I wish that Adolin had lost his leg in Rhythm of War or at the end of Oathbringer, and that we had seen him grow into understanding how to use the peg, as opposed to him losing the leg and then the next day getting into a fight and realizing that he's such a good swordsman that losing the leg was something that he could, in the moment, figure out how to solve. Like, I don't have a problem with the accessibility part of the story. It's that it's treated as something that if you are just so good with 2 legs and you spend enough training without mobility issues, that mobility issues don't impact you, right? Mm-hmm. That's where I struggle with it, is that he didn't have to rehab into a peg. He is just so good and has trained for so long that it doesn't matter that he has a peg, because he's still better than this multi-thousand-year-old warrior who's been fighting since 7,000 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Memonk says, think how Jaime Lannister lost his hand and it fundamentally messed him up. Yeah, it changed him. And he had to go through a whole arc around that. And then, whether you like the end of Game of Thrones or not, there is a period there where the change that Jaime goes through because he loses his hand leads him to a beautiful relationship with Bran of Tarth that, ultimately the show, I think, fumbles. But
that's a way to put it.
But I like that fumbling. I really like the way that ends, but I do. I genuinely like how that ends.
I know.
I think that the storytelling of his connection to his twin breaking his ability to grow is really fascinating to me. Mm-hmm. And I think that he was doomed by this connection that is just stronger than anything else in the world. No matter how much she harms him, right? I think that that's a very real thing in families. But I found I found the quickness with which he adapted to the peg kind of breaks the like mobility issue part of it, because he's just like, I'm Adolin fucking Colin. And if he was fighting someone who wasn't like an ancient warrior who's been training and fighting since time immemorium, I would be more okay with it. But Abadai the Monarch is like,
yeah, but
a literal god.
We talked about this, I'm pretty sure, in a reaction that, like, for me, I don't mind that, because he's very clearly not competent with his plate, right? We've seen this series has seeded throughout it that you can't just throw on a set of plate and be an invincible perfect warrior. There are consequences, because you have to understand your increased strength and movement and all of these factors. And so I do like that was set up through the series in a way that then leads to Abadai's downfall.
Sure, but but multiple times in that fight, Adolin blocks a shard blade attack. Like, blocks a shard blade attack.
Yeah, with aluminum.
But the force... yes, the shard blade will not pass through the aluminum. But the amount of force that a supernaturally strong figure who has heightened strength from shard plate that makes him even stronger would have against a man on a peg leg who is literally trying to figure it out. Like, the idea that Adolin isn't crumpled by the blows is odd to me. The fact that, look, aluminum isn't like a particularly strong metal. It's not like a notoriously like dense. So the idea that the candelabra would survive multiple hits doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, a lot of that battle to me was, every time he says he blocked the shard blade inches from his face, I'm like, but
yeah, it feels like
force is generated.
No, I actually don't know that it is. I think that, like, literally, like, aluminum kind of negates the effect that the shard blade would have on it.
Shard blades can't pass through aluminum.
Yeah.
The way that they pass through other swords.
But I think that means that they wouldn't be able to push it either. Because then you could just, like, move it around, right?
So you're just saying, like, the force is, like, magically... What?
It's a magical substance that is just magically immune to magic. So... it's not the craziest thing, is all I'm saying, in this world.
I think it is. I think the whole fight should have said deflected and like drove the blade away from his body. Anytime you tell me that someone has super strength plus super strength and you're blocking blows, I just don't buy that. That's just not how, like, I don't know if you've ever fought with swords, but blocking with metal swords is numbing.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Like, if you take two broadswords and you clang them together, that shit rips through your arms.
Yeah.
And I'm 6'4". I'm a big guy. I can lift you above my head. Yeah. And I feel that.
Yeah.
Like, Adolin is probably stronger than me, or definitely stronger than me, but the idea that a supernatural person would swing at him, he would block it, and that he wouldn't crumple. I just... Those kind of language things just don't really... sell me that Adolin is actually winning beyond the book is allowing him to magically win the fight. Yeah. And I don't want him to magically win the fight. I want him to narratively win the fight, which he does once he gets the plate. I just think he should have gotten the plate much faster. I think that, like, pre-plate part of the fight goes on too long with too many blows that should end Adolin's life.
It's Abadai, like, playing with him, right? He says that Abadai is trying not to kill him because Abadai wants him to give up.
But then you can't tell me that Abadai does not have the dexterity to work his plate well enough to fight well, but he has the dexterity to fight in the plate well enough to hold back.
Oh yeah, I think that's totally reasonable.
It can't be both things.
I don't see why not.
Because then you're believing in, like, a logical fallacy that I just don't believe in. He can't be both in control enough to hold back and not kill Adolin, but also so out of control that Adolin has a chance.
Oh, he definitely wants to hurt Adolin because he's gonna torture him until he gives up Yonaghan.
I don't know. Random comment 7078. Thank you for that super chat. I love the idea. Or sorry, I just added words here. The idea that Moash, Kaladin's narrative foil, doesn't face him in the finale, even though they've been foil since literally book 1, is genuinely beyond me. Where do you even go? Also love the show. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, what a...
He's not in this day, so I don't think we're going to talk about him today.
What a whiff. Literally, he doesn't even show up. He's not present. And I was like, the one villain that, like, we're kind of actually interested in, we're gonna save that for later, I guess. It's like when you play a video game and you're like, oh, that's a really good item, I'm gonna save it for later, and then you get to the end and you're like, I never used that. That sucks. Yeah,
Moash just not being a part of the finale of this feels really sad to me, because Moash's place in this book is just to set up Sigil to be the Dawn Shard for another book. Mm-hmm. Moash has nothing to do with the plot of this book. Sigil barely has anything to do with the plot of this book. The point of their narrative is
now he's a fucking Dawn Shard.
Well, but the point of Moash's narrative in this book is to set up Sigil to leave the planet and be the Dawn Shard in a different series.
Yeah, I think so.
And so I do find that odd. It's an ad for Sigil for Dawn Shard 2. Sigil's the Dawn Shard now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe that'll be interesting. I don't know. I like the first Dawn Shard book, so maybe I'll like Dawn Shard 2, the Iriali convoy across the stars. Like, that could be an interesting novella. I just think that using Moash to get Sigil into a novella just felt like a very odd decision.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just felt like an odd choice to leave him out of this. I didn't need him to die. It's not that I'm like, oh, Moash needed to die in this book. I think having Moash be this, like, investiture inquisitor is actually interesting enough that I understand why you would keep him around. It's odd to me that we don't check in with him at the... that we get all these POVs of people around the planet at the end of this book. It's very odd to me that we don't check in with him through any of that.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just responding to something.
Okay. It's just so strange to me that Moash is in multiple days of this book, and then at the end of the book, we don't see, like, what his perspective is after Dalinar dies.
Yeah.
We kind of check in with all of the other main characters, kind of.
Yeah.
Except Rock, who, I don't really get why Rock is just gone. Like, that just sucks. There's so many decisions in this book that I'm like, this just kind of sucks. I don't really understand why we don't check in with Moash. We don't check in with any of these things. We don't know what they mean. And so, yeah, it's so many strange choices.
Yeah.
We should probably get to the chapters.
Probably. All right.
Interlude 17. The mink failed. He never got to the city, and then...
He got caught. He gets his head almost chopped off, and then a big ol' Spren... Or, not Spren.
Well, no,
a Spren Great Shell appears,
He starts arguing with them about how to murder him, because he wants his death to be recorded as being really cool.
Yeah, he's like, beheading is so boring.
Agreed.
Guys.
And then he manages to escape his cuffs, runs to jump into the water, and then a great shell pops up, and then the chapter just ends, and we never come back to this. I really, like, I don't know what the fuck was the point with this, but, like...
No idea.
It was a rough start to the reading week.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, it was.
The minks...
If it mattered, I actually think that this is a moment and a character that I want to see in an interlude in a book like this. But nothing happened.
But I think that if you wanted to do the mink on a cliffhanger... It would have actually been more interesting to show the mink navigating the tunnels and get caught.
Yeah.
And then the mink's cliffhanger is that we don't know what happens to him after he gets caught by the singers. Having his cliffhanger be that he's running towards a beach and then a fucking great shell comes out and then it just stops in before the action of that scene happens.
Yeah.
I didn't get it at all.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. Like, I was like, oh, okay. Cool.
I agree. I think that a more interesting cliffhanger would be him getting caught, right?
The Mink's like, I failed.
Yeah, okay.
Cliffhanger. All
Sure.
right.
All right.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't... None of these fucking interludes ever come back or matter. The one with the fucking collector guy doesn't matter.
No.
The one with the fucking, oh my god.
I mean, I guess the Iriali don't matter, but they come back.
Yeah. No, I was actually, genuinely, I was grateful the Iriali came back.
Yeah,
I was like,
thank God an interlude mattered.
That kind of mattered.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
rad. Wasn't the mink ending a callback to his first POV getting fed to the crabs? Sure, that's not narrative. Just calling stuff back isn't books. Like,
Calling stuff back isn't books, is a t-shirt. Guys.
It just isn't. It's like, we'll get to it. Brandon nearly killed one of my favorite moments in this book.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's just get to it. Fuck it. When Kaladin goes, honor is dead, but I'll see what I can do, I was like, Kaladin, that doesn't make sense given the sentences that led up to the sentence. That's like, when he says it the first time, it is a response to what is happening that absolutely makes sense. The second time, here it's just a callback, and none of the people there, like, one of the heralds should literally have been like, what the fuck does that mean? And he's like, oh, no, I said that in arena one time, and it was so sick. But in this context, that sentence doesn't make sense to anybody.
Well, it does make sense, like, factually.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
no.
Honor is dead, and he's gonna see what he can do about saving the spread.
But he knows what he can do. The problem is that it isn't that there's, like, a problem before him that they don't have a solution for. Someone gives the solution, and Kaladin's response should be, honor is dead, but we can be honor, or I will join you, or I will be a herald. But him being like, but I'll see what I can do, makes no fucking sense. And the heralds should all be, like, in the live action version of this, the camera should pan to the heralds being like,
we literally told you what to do.
Oh my god, it should literally cut over to Ishar, like, turning nail, being like, is he a fucking idiot? Like, it's so, him becoming a herald, I actually did love. I don't...
I love when John Stormlight says, I'm a knight of wind and truth.
But, like, I get that it's a cool moment in Words of Radiance, but none of the other, it's not a callback for anybody except the audience, because it doesn't make sense.
Like, if Adolin had been there... Or,
yes, or
you know what I mean?
Or
like,
if Zeph had been at the arena...
Adolin doesn't hear that.
No.
Never mind.
But
doesn't
Adolin knows that he said that, right? Because it would have been told to him. If Zeph had been in the arena during that Words of Radiance fight, like, if we know that Zeph had been there, and Kaladin had said it to Zeph to make Zeph smile, I wouldn't mind it. Because then there would be this, like, in-world reason why it exists. And, like, that's how you do a callback. You have to have it has to make sense to the people in the scene. And in this scene, it just doesn't, work.
Or if he had said it to Syl. You know what I mean?
And Syl had laughed. Yes.
Easy win. Win to fix this moment.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think editing is definitely a problem in this book. Easy win to turn to Syl and be like, I'm saying the thing that I said before because we got this,
It just felt so much like, what are we, some kind of Suicide Squad? And I was like, oh, God.
Are they some kind of Guardians of the Galaxy? It's like, you know, when... what's his face turns to the camera and goes, it's Morbin time.
Yeah. That definitely happens in that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, man. If they make a sequel, it will be said. I can't imagine they make a sequel, given the box office success of everything.
You get $10,000 to make this movie.
I don't know. Callbacks aren't books.
Callbacks are not books is a great t-shirt. Oh, wow.
I also hated that the Mink's final thing is he says, like, well, now, that's a finale. And I don't think it is.
I know. 100%.
I just find that very frustrating.
If he's just dead, you're like, all right.
It would have been better if the Mink's thing was the postlude, and the end of the book was the Mink going, well, now, that's a finale. As opposed to Interlude 17.
That would have been great. That would have been hilarious.
Tequila Sunset, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you.
I don't think he's saying that like an Avengers Endgame moment. I think he's resigning himself, at least how I interpreted it. I understand that. I do understand that. But it is a callback. And when you are doing callbacks, you have to be really careful about how they land in world.
Yes. Because you can't just write them for the audience.
Yes. They have to be to something or to themselves. That moment could have worked if it was followed up, or if Kaladin had looked at the heralds and then thought about Adolin, right? And, like, you narratively wrote in just a little bit of him being like, what would Adolin do? I would go like, oh, he's saying his final words to his friend, even though his friend isn't here. Like, there are ways that the line works. It's just, in the way that it is written, it's just written as a, like, da-dun-dun. Like, here, let me find it. Oh, wait, I don't even know what chapter it's in. Never mind, that might be hard.
For which, sorry? Which moment?
Kaladin's moment.
When he says this?
Yeah. I'm wondering if I can just get right to it.
I feel like it's going to be right at the very end, but...
No, it's here. Yeah, it's just, yes, a quiet voice said, honor is dead. So he's saying, so it's not that Kaladin says, I'll do it, and then he whispers it to himself.
No,
they're
the
talking.
heralds turn around.
Kaladin stops their conversation and goes, yes, a quiet voice said, honor is dead. Both heralds spun to see Kaladin Stormblessed slowly pushing himself up to a seated position, hair disheveled, blue uniform rumpled, dirt on his face. He looked at his right hand, what was left of it, and grimaced. Then he sighed and heaved himself to his feet. But, Stormblessed said, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, he's saying it to the heralds.
He stops there. This is how he tells them that he's going to do it. It isn't an aside. It isn't to anybody. It is the way in which he is letting them know that he is going to be the herald with them. That's what makes it feel like a Suicide Squad moment. If it was internal,
or to Syl,
or if it referenced Adolin, but the way that it's written here is he's literally like, honor's dead. But I'll see what I can do. And then the chapter stops. And then it cuts to a different person. And it's like, and it's just, it's a it's just,
like,
the dialogue could work there, but it's the way it's written is so funny to me. Like, I just think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right. Interlude 18. Conflux.
Odium is, Odium. Moving on.
No, this is important because, we find out that Dalinar, just by ending the visions, gets launched into the physical realm. Getting out of the spiritual realm, not a problem, because he watched everything he needed to watch.
Yeah, we also learned that Honor spits and doesn't swallow. Thank you for taking a drink.
Oh my God.
In that exact moment.
That's the heated rivalry I want. Is Odium and Honor fucking and fighting throughout history?
Through Taravangian's body.
No,
like inside one body.
No, Tanner and Ray's.
Oh, gotcha.
I hate that his name's Tanner.
Tanner. It's Tanavast.
I know, but every time he's called Tanner, I'm like, oh my God.
It's derogatory because Odium is like, or Ray's is like, fuck you.
I know, but it's derogatory of like people I'm actually derogatory towards. I don't like Tanners.
Wow.
They're villains in ski movies in the 80s.
If your name is Tanner, I guess fuck you.
When was the last time someone was named Tanner?
That's true. I have never met someone in real life named Tanner.
Really?
Really.
Oh, I have, but they're all like my age. There's no one under the age of like 25 named Tanner, right? That's a dead name.
Not one person.
There's someone watching the show named Tanner, and they're so upset like, right now. I am joking. I want to be very clear.
I knew a Tanner, and he was the worst person I ever met. Wow.
Life Wonderful. That couldn't have been funnier.
Jared says their brother's name is Tanner. Okay, do you like your brother?
Half
serious question.
This is a long flowing white outfit, but it keeps getting caught in the wheels of this chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how Zeph did this for so long. Although the bald I do like the bald. I want the beard back, but I like the bald with the beard. Also, I just like the feeling of the Velcro head. Chapter 126.
He's okay. Wow.
He's okay. I'm not 25.
So
I'm
sorry.
33, Michael. I am an old man, getting older every day. Mm-hmm. So Dalinar pops out of the visions, having seen a bunch of stuff that basically tells him he can't win. And so he's like, fuck. Dalinar comes into the physical realm like someone who spent all night reading a textbook, showed up to school the next morning, and found out they read the wrong textbook. So they have 30 minutes to figure out how they're going to get through this test. And he's like, I got nothing.
Pretty much.
Tanavast and Wit are revealed to, like, they want to lock Odium here no matter what. They don't really care about what happens to Roshar. Dalinar says he cares about what happens to Roshar. He doesn't. He cares what happens to his family. And yeah, they basically just, like, talk for a minute.
Yeah.
Then Dalinar is like, all right, well, it's time. I need to be Honor. And he can't become Honor. The Honor says no.
Yeah, it's like, fuck you. You're a human and humans break oaths.
And so the beginning of day 10 is basically Dalinar being like, I did all that. I learned nothing. I got no power. What was the point of the entire book? And that is...
What was the point?
A great question. We cut to Azamir.
Well, I guess there is a moment where Dalinar does give Tanavast / Stormfather / Honor this, like, moment of forgiveness, despite the Stormfather kind of trying to lie to everyone and fuck them all over. Here's the weird part, is that, like, I feel like lying is not honorable.
No.
So how was the Stormfather able to lie to Dalinar about
Because the Stormfather
things?
isn't Honor.
It is certainly a piece of him.
But Honor, the power of Honor left the Stormfather. The Stormfather is a piece of Tanavast.
I thought it was also a piece of Honor. Like, and that's why Syl is the daughter of a piece of deity.
But Syl can also lie. All the Spren can lie.
I just feel like...
They're all of Honor, but they all are able to lie.
Yeah, I just feel like because the Stormfather is kind of the piece of Tanavast.
I think it's because there is no one currently occupying the Shard of Honor, there's no one to keep the Spren honest.
Wait, you think someone... Now that Spren cannot lie at all?
No, but I think that the metric by which, or the system through which they would be held to any sort of standard was missing while Honor was gone. While Honor was just hiding in the spiritual realm. Right? I think the Stormfather was able to lie because his lies were in service of an honorable goal, right? Which was to find a champion for Honor who suited the right things. And that Honor didn't have a mechanism through which it could interact or punish anybody for being dishonorable.
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So in Azamir, Adolin and the rest of the, 10 remaining people are in the safe room underneath the hospital. And they basically are like, well, this was pointless.
Yeah.
I don't love how many of the plot lines of this book were kind of pointless. It does feel a little like... It is rough that because Brandon Sanderson wanted the ending of the fight plot lines to all be these reveals, no one ever actually had to die in any of these places. Well, that's not true. In Azamir, they had to get to the point where they could have this reveal at the very end. But, in the Shattered Plains, so many people die for literally nothing.
Yeah, and we don't even, talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very odd book in that the book is like, hey, if you're fighting an evil god, you just lose, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's the narrative. That's our plot.
Yeah.
Is there's no point in fighting against an evil god.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we cut over to Zeth and Kaladin. They get on the road again, throw Nail in the back, and they head towards their place, their fight with Ishar. We learned that Syl was born in a throne room called the God Forge. That's D&D as fuck.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Why did we never go to the God Forge? What, Brandon, what the fuck
Missed
are we
opportunity.
doing?
We were just in the spiritual realm.
We didn't go to the God Forge.
We were in we were in Shadesmar. There's so many opportunities.
And then they kind of talk about, there's actually a really great conversation between Kala and Zeth here, where Seth is like, you know what, I'm gonna have to fight, and Kaladin's like, okay, and he's like, you're not gonna like talk me out of it. He's like, no, I'm here to like support you
to make your own decisions.
I'm not telling you what you have to do to be healthy. I'm just here to like be a part of you feeling supported in your decisions, and I really like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of it. We get some sweet moments from Nail where he's like, where are the heralds? Maybe we're the wrong heralds. Maybe we should have just been here helping you all be better, and maybe that would have been better. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe we need heralds again.
Yeah.
Chapter 127, Adolin and the rest of that crew are visited by two windrunners. Scar and Drahe show up with squires.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens to them. I'm assuming they're fucked in Azir somewhere, right?
Yeah, because they make a distraction and fly off.
Yeah, but there's no way they fly all the way back to Urithiru.
No idea.
So at the end of this book, they must just lose their Stormlight and just be like, I hope they're within Azir when they lose their Stormlight.
Yeah.
Like, not knowing what happens to Scar and Drahe is really weird. There's so many characters that you've, like, made me love and then been like, they're not important enough to really focus on, but we'll put them in the book. We'll let you know that at the end of the series, they're in grave danger, and we just will not follow up on what they're up to at all.
Yeah.
And that, I don't know. This book is so long, and there's so much missing. I don't really understand how this happened.
That's why Arzu says it should be longer.
I understand what Arzu means now.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
But it also could just be less
edited.
Dumb spiritual realm stuff, and it would be fine. The length would be fine.
I agree. I think you could have literally condensed all of the spiritual realm stuff into one of these days, or less than one of these days, because of how time like moves and works there.
Yeah.
And I think it would have been really fascinating to read, like really lock into this whole section that's kind of the background stuff, meeting all the people. Like, even though I don't think there's much that we took away from the spiritual realm, I would have definitely added some of that there. At least condensing that would have made this book move along faster.
Yes.
Missed opportunities on a lot of levels. Anyways, Yanagon is like, guys, we gotta like do something. Like, I'm not ready to just give up. They say, well, you know, if we just hold the throne room, technically we win. And guess what? I am the perfect person to sneak us in to the palace, because I did that before. Sorry, Nora.
Yeah.
It's like when your mom finds out that like you've tried drugs, and she's like, and you're like, sorry, just, you know, tried edibles once. It was a good time.
Yeah. We cut to Dalinar. And Dalinar is hanging out with Wit. And they walk through Urithiru. And
that's basically it.
That's it.
Like, genuinely.
They literally like walk to an elevator. We cut back to Adolin. Why we cut back and forth in this, I don't know. There's so much cutting in this section.
The one thing that drove
really weird ways.
The one thing that drove me nuts, especially in this section, is we jump around between people every 5 seconds. I think it's very jarring. I think that it also adds to the book feeling unnecessarily long.
Yeah.
And I don't like it.
Adolin and Yanagon basically come up with the plan. They're going to sneak into the palace. There's multiple different ways in. Nora is very upset that there's ways into the palace. Genuinely, one of the best bits of comedy at the end of this was Yanagon being like, oh, no, we need people to be able to break in and steal little things. We just don't want people to break in and steal big things. Yeah,
you need like 5% corruption, but people who are still loyal, because they won't let like real bad people in. They'll just let in like poor people who maybe need like, you know, a little something.
I think the problem deeply with that line of thinking is that I'm not really sure I understand how you know what level of crime people are going to commit.
Well, because if you know where the leak is, you can watch it, right? And that's 100% what this is. It's like someone will always be, you know, doing something shady somewhere. Not everybody is a good person, right? But if you know where that leak is, if you know where the mole is, if you know where to watch, it's better than not at all, right? If you shut this down, something else pops up that you don't know where it is and you can't control it, you can't keep an eye on it. And so this is like, well, at least we know these people, we know these soldiers, we know what they're doing, so we can make sure it's not too bad.
Yeah, I just think that in a world where characters can change their faces magically, letting people in because they might steal a little bit of silver, and then they turn into someone else because they go around a corner and then they stab the emperor. It seems like a flaw in your security system. Like, the White House doesn't let random people walk in because they might steal the portrait of Obama or of Biden. That's just the auto pen.
Oh my god. Yeah, wild. No, but that's the thing, is you know where the hole is, you can watch it. You don't want something sneaking in from a place that you don't know.
Again, this world has magic characters that can turn invisible.
Invisible?
Yeah, they can fucking disappear. Lightweavers can literally just create a scene in a hallway so you cannot see them walking through it. They can just be gone.
Well, but they have to get through the door some way, so you watch both sides of the door.
I know, but if you put the problem is that you're letting people in the door, right? On the outside of once they're in the palace, you're not like following them around watching them commit crimes.
No, but if they are...
all they need to do is get in and then you're fucked.
Yeah, and that same goes for any kind of leak, but at least they know where this one is. If you have a water leak in your house, would you rather know where it's coming from or not?
A water leak is going to be a water leak.
And it's going to damage shit.
This is not a water leak. This is a crime leak, but you don't know what crime they're going to commit until they're already... It's not like they go in and they're like, this is the crime I'm going to commit. And they're honest, because criminals are just always being real honest with the police. It's a flawed system. If you have a water leak, you plug the leak, Clarus. Your own metaphor doesn't even work.
They are plugging it.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They are actively letting people in.
By watching it, they are able to plug the leak as best they can. Because if they fully plug the leak and they don't solve the problem of crime in Aesir, then the leak is just going to start somewhere else that they don't know where it's coming from.
That is insanity.
No, it's not. It actually makes perfect sense.
It does not make any fucking sense. It is a bad system. It's a bad system of letting people into your house and hoping that they're honest about what level of crime they're going to commit when they're committing crimes.
I think it makes sense.
Chapter 128, The Price of Survival. Zeth and Kaladin are riding their wagon and Nail is basically like, the plan we had is not good, but we couldn't see that it was a bad plan, but because it seemed like bad things were gonna happen. So we were kind of doing our best. I don't know. I don't think we're well.
Yeah, wait a minute. Ishar took Odium's power. That's actually bad. Oh shit. I didn't realize that was bad.
I thought that was going to have more of an impact on the end of this book somehow. Ashar taking Odium's power doesn't seem to have... He didn't do much with it, and it doesn't seem to have affected very much. Given, like, in contrast, when we see characters take power from the Well of Ascension, they, like, move the planet in space.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's just this weird element of, like, when Vin
took all of it, though, right?
Yeah. It's just, it's one of those things where, like, that we've seen characters take the power out of the well, and it be like, I saw everything. I fixed the planet's ecological problems. Mm-hmm. And so for this to be, he took the power onto himself, and I don't really know what that means. Like, what did he do with it? It doesn't seem like he did much with it. It seems like he could have solved at least one problem with it, and he didn't do anything. He just kind of, like, becomes worse. Which just isn't how taking the power has worked in the past. But this is kind of my problem with the god stuff in these books, is the god stuff feels like the gods should be somewhat consistent, and because the way everyone interacts with the gods in the Cosmere has to be, like, somewhat relevant to their storylines, the gods feel very inconsistent in how they function. Mm-hmm. Like, the gods in Mistborn couldn't affect the world nearly as much as these gods can. But when our main characters touched the godhoods, they got incredible powers because they were, like, connecting the god powers to the physical realm more. Mm-hmm. Whereas now it feels like the gods on Roshar are so connected to the physical realm, but when you get powers when you touch the god's powers, it doesn't do as... It just feels like a very different, like, thing to me. Almost like an opposite kind of connection. And so the...
It might have something to do with, like, them being heralds. I don't know. It's definitely a little wishy-washy. Anyways, yeah. Ishar is trying to create human fused. Pretty much. And is, like... making invincible people, but they need new bodies every time, and that's really fucked up. Kaladin's like, wait, that's really fucked up, and he's like, nah, it's worth it.
Well,
Ishara thinks it's worth it because he's fucked.
Because this gets into the singer thing, though, right? Like, why don't the heralds view the singers as people? If they were friends with El, they were there, they knew what they did.
Because they're mentally ill.
But then when they're awakened or whatever at the end of the book, why doesn't it come up? Why do we have this other race of people on this planet if we're just going to treat them as objects to be destroyed and not as people with like inner lives and relationships? That's what gets so weird about Brandon Sanderson's like colonialism allegory. Is like, this book kind of has this vibe of like, I don't understand why Americans don't just wipe out the Native Americans and stop dealing with the problem. As opposed, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's what I agree with. And I don't actually think that's what Brandon Sanderson would agree with.
No, I don't think so either. I think it was just negligence on this, like, part of the story. Like, the fact that we don't get Elle and the Herald's relationship at all is just so weird. It just doesn't make sense to me to introduce the idea of it and do nothing with it. Yeah. I have to pee, but you can tell them what story Whit shared with us this time. Whit tells a pointless story. Another one. I really hate these moments. I hate them so much more in hindsight because Whit is so congratulatory of like Dalinar's work in the plot line, I guess. Yeah, guys, make sure you fill in the questions tab with questions about the Stormlight Archive for Friday. But basically, like, Whit is like, I was running a contest, he was judging the contest, and I was gonna guarantee him victory, and he ran away, and so the only way to lose an unlosable contest is to not show up, and so Dalinar just does that at the end of the book. But weirdly, when he says it here, he says it's the only way to lose an unlosable contest, and when Dalinar runs away from his contest at the end, Whit calls it a win. I'm not really... I think... I understand why other people would agree with that and be on board with that. I'm not. I don't know. I don't really like any of it. Yeah. Also, I hated this line so much. Whit says... I don't know what comes next, Dalinar, Whit said, but I'm glad you are the one to walk up to meet Odium, because while you might not know the secret to defeating him, you have learned something more important. We're not sending a soldier up those steps. We're sending a king. And, like, the book, Whit being like, at the end of it all, I'm glad that you learned how to be a king. Even though Yasna is very anti-monarchy. Well, and most of the monarchs in this world suck. Like, Queen Fen sided with Odium because of a bad debate. Gavilar was king. He was terrible at it. The idea that, like, Whit, I don't get what Whit's point is here. Like, kings aren't smarter or more empathetic or better people. It's just, the turn of phrase here is odd to me because it should have been like, we're sending a leader or something. Like, I should have been, we're sending a good man. Yeah. Right? Like, but to say that, like, I'm glad you're no longer a soldier, you are a king, makes you the right person to do this just felt like such a, like, nonsense sentence. Mm-hmm. It didn't have any value. I don't look back on Dalinar's journey across these books as him becoming a king. You know what I mean? That's not like... He's a king by birth. Literally. That's what makes him king is that he's, like, descended from the throne line. Is conquest. And then birth. Like, yeah. You murdered a bunch of people to make yourself king. I'm glad we're sending you. Is just the weirdest sentiment for Wit of all people to, like, give him.
I didn't get it. I was like, that's Wit's final, like, thought to Dalinar. Is like, well, at least you're a king now.
Although I know you don't like the story. This is, I think, one of the better Wit stories that he tells. It's like, you can only lose if you run away. I think that that's, like, a good sentiment, especially for this moment, even though he doesn't know what to do.
It's not that I think the story's bad.
You're just, like...
It's that it doesn't have any narrative value here. Because Dalinar isn't thinking of running away. Like Wit just tells him a story that, it's apropos of nothing.
But he kind of does end up running away because he dies and he lets other people take care of the problem.
He kicks the can down the road, but the story here it's a child's story to tell children that they need to show up. And, like, Dalinar's problem has never been that he doesn't show up. The dude shows up.
Yeah,
From Way of Kings to now, he shows up.
Dalinar shows up.
And so it just felt like Wit being like, I don't actually have a relevant story for this one, so this is a thing that happened one time. And that kid ran away and it was bad. And Dalinar was like, we're in the elevator to the thing. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. That is fair.
I don't know. This whole scene with Wit just felt like it was just here because all of the good advice that Dalinar is going to get at the end of this book has to come from Noadon. And so Wit's just here to, like, not help because Noadon
gives zero advice.
Noadon
is a therapist.
Everything he needs.
No, Noadon is like, I don't know. What do you think?
What do
you think, Dalinar?
Noadon makes me so mad.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Anyways, we shift over to Adolin. He's trying to do his best to patch himself up before they sneak out. And the doctor is like, hey, so, like, this is really important. Are you okay with feeling like absolute garbage tomorrow? And he's like, yeah, no, give me whatever you got, doc.
Let's do drugs.
Yeah.
The fact that he does drugs will not come up again. It affects him 0%.
Yeah, because we end before, 100%.
I know.
Although, no, we do. Adolin finds out that his dad is dead.
It never.
But he never has. He never talks about the results of this, like, drug that he took.
The fact that but the fire moss doesn't even, like, burn in his blood. You know what I mean? It's not even like in the fight. He's like, God, I'm glad I took the fire moss.
He feels very normal.
It just never comes up again.
He's like, my leg doesn't hurt, and that's about it.
Look, I've done cocaine. Yes,
we know
it makes no. But there's a point to this. It makes you like, whoa, but like you're on something. You know that you're on something, and it changes your, like, reactions to things.
Yeah, like, I would have, like, this feels like it's like a morphine, like, a pain thing, but I know that morphine fucks you up. The book would change literally zero text if you just took out the fire moss thing. I kept waiting for the fire moss to be relevant, and it just isn't. He just does drugs for the first time. He's never done drugs before. He does drugs for the first time, and it impacts him so little that the book never brings it up again. It's things like this that I'm like, why is this here? Yeah. Why is this relevant? Why are we doing this? It drives me fucking crazy. Yeah.
And, like, it shouldn't. But it's just these weird details that are all throughout this book that you're like, that you're waiting for them to be followed up on.
Yeah.
And they don't go anywhere. If Adolin at the end of this book was like, my pain real does not work anymore, right? Mm-hmm. So what I thought was going to happen with the fire moss, and where it doesn't go, because I think Brandon Sanderson forgot that he wrote it in the book.
Or he's a coward.
But once the Stormlight was gone, I was like, oh, Adolin has only been able to walk because he has been using the pain reel, right? There's no more Stormlight. I thought in that final, when it's like a month and a half later and they're sitting around the table scene, I thought there was going to be a small comment about Adolin's rubbing his fingers together.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that Adolin was going to kind of go down the Teft arc.
Yeah, because it's the only way he can manage his pain.
Yes,
of the
is
light.
that he becomes a he gets addicted to fire moss because it is what is like helping him with his peg leg.
Yeah.
That he didn't have to deal with because he had magic that was causing him to not be in pain.
Yeah.
Which just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, you're setting up an idea here that will finally give Adolin. Look, I love Adolin as a character, but he doesn't really have an arc. Like Adolin
Except that he's like, I'm mad at my dad, and then he's like, I forgive my dad.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Adolin's just always a good guy.
Yeah.
And so giving Adolin an addiction to fire moss here that he has to deal with in the second half of the series.
Yeah, especially because addiction runs in his family.
Addiction runs in his family. Like, there were so many ways I thought this was going to be relevant.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, you're introducing a drug addiction to someone who lost a leg in war.
Yeah.
This is the second half of the series will be a commentary on drug addiction in the United States and like the PTSD of all these injured soldiers coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq.
Well, and it would give Adolin more perspective on Dalinar in those moments after
100%.
after Evie died and he became an alcoholic, right?
But it is just Adolin a month and a half later is 100% fine. He has a magic leg now and there's no problems. And that's what I mean by everything at the end of this book is a cop-out, is that this book doesn't actually set up anything for the second half of the series. It just tells you that things will be bad in the second half of the series, but it doesn't give our characters anywhere narratively to go.
Yeah.
And giving this fire moss thing being Adolin's post-traumatic stress of being a soldier who lost a leg in war would be a difficult storyline, but so relevant to so many real-life people that I would have really loved it. But instead, he has a magic leg. And that's the difference for me, right? That's the difference between going for it and copping out a little bit and being like, well, Adolin's our best boy, so we don't actually want him to have any actual pains in this world other than the fact that his wife can only see him through a Sion.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're in a long-distance relationship, but there aren't actually any real problems here.
Yeah.
And that's what's so disappointing as a dark ending for this book. None of our characters really get a dark ending. Zeth is married to a woman who he loves and writes a book with.
Well, Kaladin's body is being tortured for eternity, but he just can't feel it.
Kaladin is an immortal who's living on a beautiful planet giving therapy to heralds, and he's going to come back.
Giving therapy to heralds actually does sound like hell. That's torture.
And we're going to get to the heralds, because let's just fucking say it now. Let's just say it now. What the fuck happened to Batar?
Who?
Batar.
And that is...
What was the point of the Batar stuff?
Who is that?
Batar is the herald that joined Odium. But I guess she just rejoined the Oath Pact, even though she picked a side.
Oh, yeah!
Like, what the fuck was that?
I forgot about her.
She made Moash into the investiture guy he was, and then she just rejoins the Oath Pact with nothing? Nothing at all?
Yeah, like, I feel like you can't, like, magically trick the Oath Pact. It has to have meaning when you say, like, you're gonna come back. If she's like, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna take it, and then I'm gonna fuck him up later, like, that feels, like, really weird.
Pinky Armando says, yeah, I think it's gonna come up. Like, that is what Odium wanted her to do, Odium's spy herald.
But then what she says
you know what?
Oath
Yeah, that
doesn't matter.
Yeah, but Honor's dead. Odium is Honor now. So her oath to him supersedes her oath to the Oath Pact.
No, but this oath is to save the Spren. Like they do.
Look,
an honor pact.
It just Batar joins Odium in an interlude, and she's the one that makes Moash. New Moash, right?
Yeah,
I think that's true. Elle and Batar do that
with the spikes. And
then the fact that there's a herald on Odium's side never comes up again, and it just bothers me so much. I was like, what are we doing? You had one of them go evil, and you did nothing with it.
Yeah, I literally completely forgot that even happened.
And, like, I think that if you actively forget the things that are brought up as these books say them, you can enjoy the next moment. But if you're like me, and you're, like, waiting for the things that are brought up to... Like, if you're waiting for Elle to do something, these books are just so frustrating because they don't fucking do anything.
Yeah.
Aelin does fire moss. It doesn't mean... It's just a thing that happens.
Yeah.
It has no meaning, no value, no nothing past that moment.
Yeah.
Right? None of these beats... Maya's We Chose speech to the Spren has no value past that moment.
Yeah.
The colonization storyline has no value past that moment. Freeing Biodo Mishram doesn't mean anything after that moment. Yeah. These are just moments that we lead up to and then forget about. And we forget about and forget about and forget about until there's this bin of shit that I care about that the book doesn't care about, that I'm sitting here being like, yeah, but what about the racism? Are we just yada yadaing racism? Like, really, that's the plan for the Stormlight Archive, is to be like, yeah, but like racism isn't that bad because slavery's back. And you're like, well, okay, cool, slavery's back, so I guess we can't care about racism right now, even though Kaladin becomes a Dark-Eyed Herald, but nobody knows that, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, literally, like, no one fucking knows. The weird thing about the Herald, too, is that, like, there's obviously, like, this moment of clarity for all of them, right? They all kind of, like, supersede their madness for a minute.
Yeah.
And so, that just means the fact that Herald betrayed them to Odium doesn't matter. It literally is meaningless.
I don't know. Because
she's, like, cool now, because she got a moment of clarity and rejoined the pack. Like, it just feels very silly.
I just, like, it felt like Brandon was like, I need to... When Arzu says this book needs to be longer, it needs to be longer or shorter.
Yeah.
It either needs to be longer because Brandon Sanderson needs to follow up on all the shit he brings up that just goes nowhere.
Yeah.
Or it needs to be shorter in that you don't need to bring up all of these things if they just don't matter to anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't have Batar join Odium if it literally doesn't affect anything at all.
Yeah.
Like, and it should be brought up. You know where it should be brought up? Is in the final Odium moment where he's in Kharbranth. He's like talking about the things that he's made them all forget. It should have been brought up that he's like, and also had to make them forget about Batar because she rejoined the Oath Pact and is gone and isn't here in my secret Kharbranth.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But it isn't brought, like, he doesn't have to erase the memory of that woman who just disappeared one day.
Yeah.
Even though she was running the fucking city and everyone would know who she is.
Yeah.
Because she's like the administrator of the fucking town. But he erased her. He's moved everybody here. They all have memories of her. But it's just not brought up that the people of Kharbranth are like, hey, what happened to Batar? It would be like if we all got put into another dimension. And our memories were wiped about getting moved to another dimension, but the mayor was just gone. And no one ever talked about the fact that the mayor was suddenly gone.
Yeah.
I don't get it at all.
Mimong says, I wish our characters were in the Oath Pact instead of the old heralds. And I don't know if I 100% agree, but I think that a singer or a listener should have been included in this new pact.
But then because Brandon would have to treat them like characters, and he doesn't want to do that.
Yeah. It should have been Leshwi.
Leshwi should absolutely have become a herald. Yes. 1,000%.
I'm giving you this idea, Brandon. Go rewrite this book, please.
No, Leshwi should have become a herald.
Yeah, 100%.
1,000%.
Like,
Leshwi should have replaced Batar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like, there should have been one singer. 100%.
Somebody. Fucking anybody. Even if you brought Eshonai back from the dead and made her a herald, I wouldn't care. Because at least they would be fucking included in this.
Well, it's so weird that, like, the books start to include the singers and listeners more, and then...
Don't.
They just become just bad guys.
Yeah.
Or kind of irrelevant, or, like, gay.
Or gay.
They're either the bad guys or gay. The two genders.
Yeah. The villain or
bad
gay.
Bad guys or gay. Those are the two singer genders. The bad guys or the gays.
That's what mate form is, actually. You either become the villain.
Well, no, they're actually, singers are all gay. They need mate form to fuck people of the opposite species, of the opposite sex.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because otherwise they're just attracted to, same-sex marriage.
Right, and that's totally bad. Yeah. New gender theory unlocked. Oh, wow. This book, man.
Yeah. So, Adolin and them they head towards the palace. Adolin and Maya have a mental conversation about Dalinar, where Adolin kind of just forgives him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just kind of decides to forgive Dalinar, which is, like, beautiful. I do wish they had one moment together in this book.
Yes, the fact that none of our characters interact with each other is a fucking crime.
Well, and it's so odd to me that you have characters in the spiritual realm and you have days pass, but nobody interacts in a dream.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it just feels like characters having moments between days together would have been so simple.
You could have fucking Teleranriotted this shit, and I'd have been like, oh, nice.
If the interludes in this book had included interludes where characters in the physical realm had dreams about characters in the spiritual realm, you could have had like Adolin and Shallan having a moment in the spiritual realm in a dream where they interact, and Adolin is the one who helps Shallan realize that Formless is Yaddle. Would have been a really like beautiful moment.
Remember when Moash invaded Kaladin's dreams?
Well, Shim's Lady, that's why I know it's possible. Like, it's already happened in these books.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And so, like, you could have had, like, there's just so much thing. There's so many things that could have happened, but instead nothing happened. It's so, I am mad. I'm so mad. Yeah. This book, I could talk about chapter by chapter things that I'm like, what are we doing? Like, I feel like I am nitpicking. I'm like, Adolin did Fire Moss and nothing happened, and that feels like a nitpick, but it's so indicative of, like, everything in this book is this.
But it's not nitpicking because it's the fundamentals of storytelling.
Yeah, that's true.
That things have consequences. That you know, like you sacrifice something for a win, and it bites you in the ass later, because that's that's what makes these stories interesting. And I really am shocked at how uninteresting Brandon Sanderson managed to make this story.
Yes. And Bryce says, and then it could have been a dream baby, and that would have been wild. Is she pregnant?
What?
She's like pregnant, right?
Why?
Shallan's pregnant at the end of this book, right?
Why? How? I mean, I guess
the shower scene.
They started day 2 with sex, so I guess
she's definitely pregnant.
But she's
it's not like explicit, but like I'm like 90%
It would have mentioned it because it's been months for her.
Yeah, and it is mentioned. It's just not like.
What do you mean it's mentioned?
She cradles her belly. She like the moment where she like where the book was like she puts her hand on her belly so specifically. I was like, oh, she's pregnant, right?
Sure. I guess.
She held her stomach. Yeah.
I thought she got a fucking stomachache. I literally, like, didn't even cross my mind.
That's because you have stomach problems.
Yeah.
You have hot girl stomach, baby.
Sure.
Yeah, no, she's definitely pregnant.
Missed that completely.
Well, you hate pregnancy, so I'm not surprised that you avoid it like the plague.
I, like, erased it from my memory. Yeah.
We'll get to Shallan eventually. The book regularly forgets about her throughout the end of it, but
honestly,
Kaladin,
she should have just been left out of this book.
Kaladin and Nail are still on the fucking road talking. There's a lot of them just like talking on their way to the fight.
Yeah, the wind is there, and yeah,
and then they walk up to Ishar. Cut over to Adolin. They break into the palace. We don't need to go beat by beat of this.
Yeah, they go into the throne room, and he realizes, wait a minute, it's a trap. They're here for Yanagon. This is too easy. I'm gonna go in there, and Adolin's like, I'm gonna do this, and, well, actually, doesn't matter if it happens here or later. The room is lined with aluminum, so Maya cannot enter as a Shardblade.
We cut over to Shallan. I really want to skip through the Shallan stuff as fast as possible. This first one, Renarn is like, we'll find her prison not in a place, but in a mindset. Her mindset. We must get into the mindset. And then they realize that she's like... feels very betrayed, and so they and that she like deserves it or something, so they bop over there. And
it's Malishi, and he's dead here in the spiritual realm.
And so they enter into a hallway that leads down to a room, and
Mraize is there. Oh.
Mraize shows up, and Renarn, she's like, you guys go deal with that. I'm gonna deal with Mraize.
Yeah.
Finally.
Shallan is it's Morbin time.
I think 9 chapters to deal with Mraize. Like, the way the Mraize and Shallan interaction, which takes all of 45 seconds, is split up across 9 chapters, is one of the wildest things in the world. It isn't interesting, and it takes... it's like, literally... It's the worst kind of action editing in movies where there's a cut every time there's one step. Like, it's like Mraize says one thing, steps one step. And then we're going to spend 4 different POVs across 2 different chapters, not with this.
If I take one more step, Mr. Frodo, it's going to be the farthest away from home I've ever been.
This Shallan interaction with Mraize is just cut up across so much book. It's so weird because nothing happens. Shallan stabs behind her and then has a brief tussle with Mraize, and that's the whole thing. It could have been 1 chapter, and it is spread out for fucking forever. As you're like, and then Shallan took a slight step to the right. Anyway, so Adolin is fighting Abaddon Monarch, and you're like, what is happening?
Yeah.
It's called narrative tension, buddy. There's no tension in it. We know she's not going to die. What's the tension? There's nothing interesting in it. Yeah. Mraize wants Biotomishram. We never find out why. We get to this moment, and we never find out why they want Biodomishram. They die. Mraize and Iadel die, and we never find out what the fuck they wanted. We don't, because she kills Iadel immediately.
Yeah.
She finds out that she's been formless this whole fucking time, and she kills her so fast that we never see why they're there!
True. I will interject, though, that us not taking a step back on Formless was nice. Glad we didn't do that, because we got so annoyed when we were like, at the end of the fucking book, she's like, good with Veil, and then good with Formless, and like, you know, she's made progress in healing, and then it's like we took 87 steps back because Veil's like in her head, and Formless is still there. Well, it turns out we only took like a half a step back, because it wasn't actually Formless, which I do think is interesting, but the way that this resolves is very not satisfying.
My problem is that we didn't take a step back. Shallan, this entire book, is just stuck at the end of the last book.
I mean, we took a step back from,
she takes a step forward at the end because she kills Mraize. But I
just mean the Veil stuff.
But she just hears Veil's voice as like a cautionary thing. I don't mind that, given the way the book goes. That is not my problem with Shallan's plot in this book. My problem is that there's literally no point to any of it. Like, the Kelsier-Shallan conversation at the end could have been really fascinating if Shallan found out what Iadel and Mraize wanted and was able to use that information to get the Sion from Kelsier. Mm-hmm. Right? Or was able to trade that information. Like, if Kelsier was like, I never even knew what they wanted, and Shallan is able to share that information with Kelsier as a bartering chip to get something, that could have been really cool. So that at the end of the Ghostbloods thing, Shallan and Kelsier have this conversation that is relevant to the information Shallan learned from Iadel and Mraize. Yeah. But it just isn't that. It just is nothing. We just don't know what they wanted. They just wanted something. But like the fact that it comes down to just being nothing is so frustrating. Yeah. And I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to like do with this plot line as a whole, because Shallan in Words of Radiance is such a good character, and in Oathbringer is a really good character, but around that, there's 3 books where she's not. And I don't know what to do with that. She is maybe the second best character in 2 of the 5 books. And then around that is in plot lines that are just utterly pointless exposition dumps with exposition that it isn't valid or relevant or even true. In book 1, she mostly has exposition dumped upon her that's nothing. And then in books 4 and 5, she chases the Ghostbloods to nowhere. And that's it. Like that's a big old nothing burger. Yeah. And I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of her plotline here. Nimvin says Biodomishram could connect to people and provide forms of power and access to void light. Do we know that that's true? Or was she able to do that because the singers were already able to hold void light because of their gem hearts? We've never seen a human being hold void. I would agree with you if the visions had shown humans using void light when Biodomishram and the heralds are at war. That would establish that for me, but because the visions don't actually show any humans on Biodomishram's side, I don't know that that's true. Right? Yeah. And that's the problem with the visions, is they don't actually reveal anything interesting about that war. They don't do anything. Yeah. They just show us the end of it. Yeah. But yeah, just what a deeply frustrating end to a pointless plotline that just forced Shallan to always be alone doing nothing.
Z-Man says she couldn't heal humans, so probably couldn't give them void light. Yeah, that's probably true.
Z-Man, I think that's more accurate, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand where Nimvin, where you're going with that idea, but I really don't feel like the book
just doesn't set it up.
No, the book didn't set up or leave us clues to really figure out what they could do with Biodomishram. Other than maybe it is a perfect gemstone. Maybe they didn't want Biodomishram, maybe they just wanted her prison. But there are other perfect gemstones that would...
hers isn't perfect anymore.
Oh, it is cracked now. Yeah, that is true. So...
No, they definitely... I don't know. They definitely wanted Biodomishram. I think the idea was that she could maybe give humans forms of power, but... I don't think the book follows through on that idea in any particularly interesting way. So
Yeah.
tough. We cut over to Navani.
Navani kisses Dalinar, and she's like, yep, Gav is sleeping in the other room. He's safe. Don't worry about it.
Also, Sabariel and Pelona got married off page.
Honestly, good for them. They did our backyard wedding.
What a pointless bit of information.
Well, it's like the world is ending. You know, it's day 10. They were like, all right, fine.
I know. I understand that. Can I say why I'm mad about this?
Sure.
Because I am mad about this.
Okay, yeah.
You're telling me that we did not get Lift pretending to be Navani marrying Sabariel and Polonial? Polona? Like, what are we even fucking... Brandon, what are we doing? Sabariel and Polona agreeing to get married because they know that Lift is pretending to be Navani, to get Lift to have to marry them in front of people, is one of the funniest, like, scene... It would have been the best... Because if the book had focused at all on Urithiru, which it should have, Sabariel and Polona realizing that morale in the tower is fucked, and so they decide to throw a wedding, which forces Lift to pretend to be Navani administering a wedding, would have been the funniest fucking way to have a little bit of levity. And this is what royal and like what rich people and like governments do during war, right? They throw parties. Ways to boost Feast. Morale. So it wouldn't even feel out of place because it's a real thing, right? Raising the spirits of the people by having these two people get married. It's such a brilliant scene. And instead we got boring shit. And but so much cool shit in this book happens off page that could have been so funny and so good. And instead we get fucking Shallan and Maraise talking for the 10th fucking time. Yeah. But we missed this wedding, and Lift would have been Navani for it.
I know.
That's so funny.
I know. Yeah.
Wit would have been Dalinar.
Yeah.
Like, how did we not get that fucking scene? I'm furious.
That's actually so upsetting. That would have been so great. But don't worry, Yasna's moping.
Lift and Wit having to be Dalinar and Navani at a wedding is so funny.
Yeah.
That am furious
I would have
that it doesn't exist.
So much rather had that interlude than every single Odium interlude put together.
Yeah.
God damn it. Anyways, yeah. Yasna's moping, and
she's literally just moping.
Look, she failed.
Spends the rest of the book moping.
Yeah, she doesn't do anything, which is actually fucking tragic.
Yasna loses and becomes a whiny child.
I know. Like, at least, I don't know. At least make her fucking matter. Like,
yeah.
What is the goddamn point?
Shim's Lady says, hold up, the first Odium interlude was pretty fire, to be honest. That was 1,500 pages ago.
I don't even remember it at this point.
There's 10 Odium interludes and 2 of them are good.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
There's one really good conversation with Cultivation. I think it's the 3rd or 4th interlude that I liked.
Yeah.
Where they like talk about what it means to be a god in the Cosmere, and the first one is good. Every other Odium interlude could have been an email.
Yeah. Yep. Anyways, Dalinar takes his copy of The Way of Kings. And they go upstairs.
Yeah. Chapter 130, The Pleasure of Bleeding.
Wow. Wow. Anyways,
Zeth goes to talk to Ishar.
Yeah.
And Ishar is like, all right, you're gonna fight these 6. We find out that Ishar's plan for the Spren has been to turn them into soldiers who are fused.
Fused humans and soldier Spren.
Which is...
like, manifesting them physically in the physical realm.
Weirdly possible now. Because Notum can wear other Spren as armor.
Well, and Silken Right.
Silken Right. That's less valuable in war. I think Notum wearing Shard, being able to wield another Spren.
Just wearing dead cousins. Like...
The book does not get into how weird it is that Notum, like, is swinging his ancestor.
Yeah.
Probably not, right? It's probably a different kind of Spren. But
he's like, I can do anyone except the Honor Spren. Don't give me the Honor Spren. That's fucking weird, man. The Shard Pen is mightier than the Shard Blade.
No, it isn't. No, when Notum does... Well, we'll get to it. But when it's revealed that the final one is Notum, I was like... That's like the Shard Blade is like an unintelligent Spren, but like this, your sword is is like another one of you.
Yeah.
And the book just doesn't have the time to get into it, but it would be like me swinging a human being around as a weapon.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. Which, people do in video games. So.
Yeah, I mean, the Hulk does it, I guess. But I don't know. I just...
He is the Hulk.
It's very odd to me.
Yeah, he is the Hulk. Anyways, Nail is like, no, Ishar, you're wrong. And Ishar's like, shut up, bitch, I'm going to replace you next. And he's like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Like, he is broken.
And so Seth has to fight all 6 of the honor bearers. And then he's like, 6? Why is that weird? And then they start fighting. They all go, so Nail grabs the honor blades, hands out the honor blades, and then they start fist fighting.
Well, they put them in the ground. They, put them in the circle, right? Because they're going to make him a herald.
Well, but then they start sword fighting later.
No.
Yeah, because Seth picks up Nightblood.
Oh, yeah, but the other ones don't have blades, because they're all in the ground.
Don't they pick them up?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, maybe they do take them back out of the ground.
Honestly, it doesn't. It's a very cool scene. It's very sad that he's fighting his dad. We cut over to Dalinar.
Well, especially because there are these moments where his dad is, like, crying. Because it's clear that his dad has no control, that these are literally just, like, puppets of Ishar, and it's horrifying.
We cut over to Dalinar. He pops up off the elevator. No one goes with him to witness this, which I think is strange.
Usually for contests and bets and things, you need a witness. Even marriage, you need a witness.
It didn't say at any point that no one could watch.
Yeah.
And so I did find it odd that he goes by himself for some reason. I didn't really understand.
No contest of champions voyeurism, I guess.
There's not a lot of people there. But then Teravanshan is like, I have my champion, and he opens a portal, and out comes Elhokar. Cut 2, Szeth is getting the shit kicked out of him. Cut 2, Adolin is fighting Abadai the Monarch. They fight for a while. Eventually, Adolin starts using aluminum to block the shard blade. We find out that Abadai is like, if you bring me the kid, I will let you go because I want the child, because I don't want to have him be like Inurathiru, basically like ruining my rule here by being a monarch in exile. And Adolin's like, oh, I've only been surviving because he's been holding back, even though he can't be holding back because he's in Shardblade he doesn't know how to use. It's a really cool fight that I also think is just a little bit... There's a little bit too many narrative things going on in it.
The thing is, Abadai, when Abadai is trying to keep Adolin alive, I don't think he ever swings at him with the sword. He's kicking tables at him. He's throwing shit at him. He's trying to hurt him. But at no point does he ever go in for a killing blow. He's just throwing shit like a fucking child.
I guess that's true. If you kicked a table at me with super strength, I don't know that that's not a killing blow.
Depends where it hits, yeah. Yeah,
but if you don't have control... I don't really fully agree with that.
Look, Abadai the Monarch is not shown to be the smartest person. In fact, he's, like, incredibly stupid. So... It checks out. He is the typical villain who's bad at his job and monologues and then fails because of his own hubris.
Adolin has a really hilarious moment in this fight, in this chapter, where he goes like, oh my god, I've been feeling so down, but this is how dark-eyed people feel all the time.
Yeah.
He's like, oh right, regular soldiers feel like this. God, I felt so useless because I just had a spear and a shield yesterday. But that's like being am I a normal person?
It's being a normie. I'm a normie now.
I'm glad this fight has allowed you to see that you're a Nepo baby, I guess. Mm-hmm. And so, this POV ends with him stopping with the
candelabra.
Candelabra. Again, it's the stopping it that is the problem for me. It's not that it's deflected, he stops it.
It feels like it's vibranium.
Yeah. Shim Slady says, damn, not being landed aristocracy must suck. I know. It's just so... Yeah.
And like you said in the reactions, Adolin is only able to connect with his plate and blade the way he does because he's a Nepo baby who gets to have them his whole life.
Yeah. He's like, his superpower is that he's nice and rich.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it is a weird... It's a weird thing that Brandon Sanderson is trying to do, where he's trying to say that this is a way for normal people to become super, but the heralds or the
and when everyone's super, no one will be.
Well, no, but like that's very funny. But the problem is that the Radiant Path is actually more equitable than this. This isn't equitable because it's...
But it's about promises, babe.
But that doesn't matter. It is still locked behind his nobility.
Yeah.
Right? And it's locked behind his wealth.
Yeah.
And now all of the Unoathed, the idea of them being an equitable fighting force of superpowered people because they are
friends
given their powers by a rich guy because he was nice to a sword is not actually more equitable than you can be anybody and you just have to swear oaths and uphold your oaths.
And Bruce says, but that light-eyed guy didn't get to be a windrunner.
Yeah. That's unfortunately that happens in systems that are equitable, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Shim's Lady says, I don't think Brandon was trying to be thematic. He just needed a class of special boys now that Radiants basically can't exist out of the tower. Yeah, I understand that and I agree with that. The problem with it is that they can't exist outside because Radiants can't exist outside the tower, this new class of special boys magic doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Yeah.
You can have magic powers without Stormlight. I just don't get it. If it was just regular plate and blade, but even those need Stormlight. I don't understand how this works.
Or if like cultivation shows up at the end and gives them powers like Lift has, right? And like helps heal the Spren in a magic way to give like, because we know cultivation was able to give Lift the ability to like eat and use power. So it stands to reason that like a god might be able to bestow this on like Adolin or not even Adolin. If Adolin's the only one that can do it without the magic power of the god because he's like a genuinely good person, and that's fine. But I think everyone else, it's like, how?
I would even buy it if the book told me that Adolin's blade and plate are magic. Everyone else's plate and blade are static. But they can get to Adolin's point if they form a deep enough connection with their plate and blade. Because connection and like the spiritual realm is a magic in this world.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have been able to use them then.
But that's the problem, is that they just... I would buy that Adolin can have a deep enough connection to his Spren that they can magically transform by pulling energy investiture out of the spiritual realm through their connection being so deep. Mm-hmm. I would buy that. The other 9 people have put 0 effort in, so they don't have a connection. So they don't have, like, that's where I'm like, this magic system is now just like, there's no magic system anymore. This just doesn't make sense. And for a world where, like, we spend so much time on the magic, for them to just have magic feels so weird.
Yeah.
Code Monkey 76 says, my problem with the Unoathed is after Syl's explanation that the Nile bond is what let her act in the physical realm, and without it, she would essentially die. These Unoathed Spren don't need that. That's what I mean. Like, the book has told me so many reasons why this doesn't work, but then because it's Adolin and because it's the rule of cool, it just does.
Yeah.
And that the ending of Adolin, my favorite character in the series plot, being, and then he gets a magic that works despite the rules of the world, is really disappointing to me in particular.
Yeah.
Because everything else about Adolin, and Adolin not needing to be a Radiant, is so good that for me, making him essentially a Radiant feels very weak at the end of this.
I mean, he doesn't have any magic powers, so...
He has magic Spren. Like, he does have magic powers.
He doesn't have magic Spren. He has plate and blade, which a lot of normal people can have.
No. He has plate that changes shape, and he has a blade that can change shape. The plate
has always changed shape.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it fits you.
It fits you, but... it doesn't appear and disappear. That if he had that, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Him stealing it from Abadai is obviously a step above and beyond, like flying to him. But the plate has always been able to adapt.
It's always been able to resize.
Yeah,
that is not
100%.
The same as being able to change shape. In the context of like the Shallan's plate was able to adjust and become a book bag. right? Adolin's plate is able to adjust and become a leg for him.
Yeah.
That is magic. That is true magic.
I don't really see how that's any different than the armor resizing itself to who's wearing it.
I think that it is massively different. I think that the way the plate functions for Adolin is massively different, and regular plate can resize, but it takes Stormlight. So even regular plate is now useless. The only shard plate on the entirety of Roshar that has any value now is the unoathed shard plate and whatever Radiants have said the fourth ideal.
But only in certain places. Yeah.
No, I think that their shard plate would work anywhere as long as they've said the fourth ideal.
Oh, I thought
They just can't leave Urithiru, so
yeah.
Because they're physically stuck in. They literally cannot leave Urithiru. It's the fucking city of Krypton.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was trying to say the real magic was the friends we made along the way, but potato. I agree with that. I don't have a problem with his friends being. Yeah, I don't know. We need to move on. I could literally talk about this for 4 fucking hours. The ending of Adolin's arc is so fascinating in like how much I feel like it cops out on Adolin's arc.
Yeah.
Because his arc is about not needing to be radiant, and he just basically is. At this point, he has sharp plate that he can do anything. Like
yeah, Adolin is a horse girl. That's absolutely true.
Chapter 131.
Shallan fights Murray. She stabs Yaddle, and then
yeah, she realizes that Formless has been a person. This is a little confusing to me because I don't understand how Yaddle has been a light weaving that only Shallan can see.
What do you mean?
Like, why haven't Rlain and Renan been like, hey, what the fuck is that?
They haven't been with Shallan the whole time. They keep getting separated.
But they've been with her enough.
I don't think ever with Formless. Like, not once, I don't think.
But then, so then my question is, how is she, like, popping in and out of existence as soon as people leave the room?
So she has a corrupted Spren who's able to bop her in and out of the visions just like Rlain and Renarin Spren can, right? That's, like, their special power. The magic of that get to this reveal just it's fine. This is something that I actually liked.
Okay.
I think that it's seeded really well, and I like what it says about I'm glad that my frustrations in like Formless still being there were justified because Shallan did progress, right? And it wasn't actually Formless. It was someone trying to take advantage of her.
Yeah, I understand that. I just the way in which it played out to me throughout this book felt just a little odd.
I mean, you called it. You literally called this.
I did call.
Yeah, you're like, wait, I think Formless is a Yaddle. Like, you thought that was...
I did until it played out the way that it did. And I was like, oh, that doesn't really make sense to me anymore. And then that was the reveal, and I was like... I guess I just don't really understand, like... how I guess in the spiritual realm everything's just so weird that you wouldn't notice weird things, right? Maybe that's just the explanation. It doesn't matter. It is by far the worst plotline of the last 2 books.
Oh god, yeah.
Kaladin.
It's the worst plotline of this series.
Ooh, do I agree with that? No, I think the overall plotline of the singers being so neglected is my least favorite thing about the series.
That doesn't even really feel like a plotline.
Fair.
Fair. That is a theme, I think, that is utterly neglected. But I wouldn't even call that a plotline because it barely exists.
We cut over to Kaladin, who asks Syl to become a flute so that he can play the Wander Sail story for Ishar, and Ishar goes... I'm not a fucking child.
I wrote that. Stop playing me my own nursery rhymes.
The adults are trying to save the world is such a funny line. Because it is so how I feel about all of Wit's moments.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, oh yeah, like these stories are great, like nursery rhymes for children.
Yeah.
But adults with real problems need to go a little bit deeper than Wit is able to. And so Ishar being like, hey... what? That's not... What do you think you're going to accomplish with that?
Yeah.
That was
very
fantastic.
That was very funny.
It called out my problem with all of Wit's stories throughout this series.
Yeah.
Which is part of the... Okay. I know people like these books, and so I'm worried that what I'm about to say is going to sound mean. Part of the problem with this book is that as much as I like Kaladin and Zeth stuff, Kaladin's understanding of therapy is like a high schooler who has been to a couple of therapy sessions, not is a therapist.
Yeah.
But the book treats it like it's profound, and it isn't. Same with the debate with Taravangian and Yasna. It's treated as if it's profound in the book, but it is actually very surface level, and Yasna comes off kind of looking like an idiot who doesn't understand basic concepts. And the stories that Wit tells set Kaladin up to deliver an elementary level understanding of therapy in this book. And it does work. It does work. But the stories themselves are like nursery fables, not adult stories. And so the meaning of them in this world makes this story, the Stormlight Archive, feel less adult than it should. Because the moralistic values that are being used to sell the growth in this are such basic ideas that are treated so seriously, but you're like, that's like the beginning. That is like the start of the idea. And like, but you got to go deeper. And the book never really does go deeper on these things. Yeah. It just brings up the child version of the story and people go like, yeah, that's important. But it doesn't, the book doesn't go to the next level with the stories. It just treats like saying the stories is enough. And I don't think it is enough. These stories are beginning points. They're not end points, but they're treated like end points. The tale of the Wandersail is told to Nail, and Nail's like, my world has changed. The song is back. Blah, blah, blah. And it's like,
I thought that was like the power of music more than it was the story.
That's fine. It is elementary shit. And I know I'm not alone in this because I read a bunch of like people's Reddit thoughts about this book last night after I was trying to like put my notes together for this, and I was reading like what people thought, and there was a recurring theme of people being like, a lot of Kaladin's therapy stuff in this book feels cheesy.
Well, yeah,
and I agree.
But I do think like, look, here's the thing, like therapy started somewhere. Right? Like, there has always been a beginning to everything. And being the first person to pioneer an idea that is barely even a concept to most of the people of this world, like, it's gonna be cheesy at first. I think it would be far more distracting and unrealistic if Kaladin, like, somehow had a 4-year degree understanding of how minds work and how to like provide therapy to someone.
I agree with that. The problem is that the therapy is absurdly effective in 10 days.
To Nail.
And Zeth and Nightblood and Ishar. To Nail and Zeth. Kaladin gets so good at elementary therapy that he changes a sword.
Yeah, because the door was opened. It's not, I don't think that Kaladin did the best job of ushering anybody through that door. But the fact that the door now exists and is slightly ajar, for some people that's enough. Because they've lived their whole lives in a mindset that they don't believe it can change. Like, they're, like, their mental state is not a thing that they consider because it's not a conception yet. Like a mental state, like that just existing is that door being ajar, and I do think that other people will be more susceptible to it than others. I do think that for maybe some characters, it is a little bit too easy. Again, I think for Nail, it is more the power of music than it is the power of therapy. I think for Nightblood, it's kind of more like comical because he's also talking to the swords. Like he's not only learning from Kaladin, he's also learning from the swords who have watched these heralds degrade throughout their entire existence, right? And understand humanity on a level that probably none of us can even comprehend.
100%.
I think that that's less Kaladin than it is like him learning from the Honor Blades.
No, I think it's I think for me it's the problem of introducing the concept of Kaladin wanting to be a therapist in a book that takes place over 10 days. Because it has to work, or else Kaladin has nothing to do in this book. But it's not really profound or like thought out enough to not feel cheesy to me.
No, but I think
I want to get into what Arzu's saying. Arzu's super chat here. Thank you for that super chat.
Thank you, Arzu.
I feel that Wit's stories fit the moments when they are first told in the other books, but the retellings here are cheap because Kaladin doesn't understand why they fit where they did.
Sure.
But the way that I'm phrasing that is just a different way of phrasing this. the stories are the beginnings of ideas, but they have to be, you have to go deeper with them to get to the end.
But that's why
But
Ashar
Kaladin doesn't
says,
ever get deeper with them.
That's why Ashar is like, the adults are trying to save the world. Take your fucking stupid nursery rhymes and
no, but I like this
moment.
I like this moment.
Yeah.
I like Ashar pointing out that it's childish.
Yeah.
My frustration is with the way in which Wit is so self-congratulatory about being childish.
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, that is a Wit problem.
Sure.
I do agree with Tithanisk. I think Wit has a good story in Oathbringer that we very much enjoyed, and that is the most I've enjoyed Wit, I think, through the series.
I like that story, but that
story doesn't come back here, because it's to Shallan, and it's...
And that story isn't about trying to make Shallan understand how to be better. It is about comforting Shallan when she's at her lowest point. And that's a very different time to tell someone a story.
Sure, yeah.
Than in like, hey, you're mentally ill. There was a guy one time who found some islands. And Ashar's like, I know. I was there.
I wrote it. I fucking wrote this story down. What you doing?
No, I like this moment because it frustrates me because it tells me that Brandon Sanderson knows that what he is writing at times, he comments a lot on
his
what I think are less intelligent thoughts by having characters say that they are less intelligent, but he still wrote them and like treated them as if they were very serious. And just having a character in the next book be like, hey, it's adult time, doesn't always discredit how pompous Wit is about the fact that it's like this big thing.
But again, I really don't believe that it is about Wit or the stories he tells. I believe it's about the characters
that they're in every book.
Yeah,
they're literally we spend
and it's
so
how it
much time in this series.
Character. Like, it's how you interpret those stories and those lessons, and about like growing and being nurtured by like someone that you respect.
I would agree with you so much. Genuinely, I would agree with you so much if it weren't for the epilogues of these books, where Brandon Sanderson gets so pompous about art through the character of Wit. Every one of the Stormlight Archive books ends with Wit breaking the fourth wall to just say that art is like important and that stories are important. And I understand, I don't really get why they're here. I really don't think they serve these books because they're so pretentious. At the end of every book, there's the author insert character talks to a fucking crab about like the meaning of stories. But because of those, every time a story is told in this series, it is more of a meta-narrative than a narrative thing. Right? And that to me is why I find this moment so great, but I also am like, but you see that you did this. You solved your problems with childish stories earlier, and then you were like, but in an adult, when you're talking to an actual adult, these stories are childish, is just a weird dichotomy for the series to take as a whole.
No, I think that it is more a commentary on therapy, right? The right story at the right time to the right person can be very impactful, regardless of how, like, cheesy the story is. And again, that's why I think, like, some of it works and is able to influence people, but that, like, if a therapist walks into a therapy session and treats all of their patients in the exact same way, they're a terrible therapist.
Yeah.
And that's what this is saying. Kaladin walked over and tried to do what he did to Nail to Ashar, because he's like, well, that worked on this person, so it's going to work on this person, and it doesn't. And it's
that's actually very valid. Yeah, that's a good point. We cut over to Renarin and Relaine. They're looking at Melishi's dead body. It's just lying there all dry. And then they look at Mishram's thing and they're like, what do we do? I don't know. Because heaven forbid in day 10 of this book, a character have an idea of what to do in a situation.
They're like, we've been talking about this for 100 chapters now, and we still need to come to a decision. Anyways, turn over to Dalinar. Boom. It's not Elhokar. It's Gavinor. We called that however fucking long ago. Jesus Christ. 1,000 pages.
Yeah. I don't hate this decision. I hate what's done with it.
I agree 100%.
Once Taravangian on page says...
Doesn't fucking matter.
I could have made this any innocent person. It really lost any weight to me.
Yeah.
Once Taravangian was like, oh, I did all this time dilation stuff, and I really could have chosen anybody. I just don't know why you would write that into it.
Well, yeah,
it being Gavinor should have mattered way more than it did, but Taravangian goes like, it doesn't really matter that it's Gavinor, I just did it to do it. Felt very like...
Well, because Taravangian's...
I hate that dialogue.
Like, evil. Like, and the fact that he can't see that, I actually think, at this point in the story, is kind of silly.
Yeah, there's so many, like, there's so much dialogue in this book of characters being like, this is impossible, this was pointless, this is dumb, we shouldn't have done this. And so to even have the Contest of Champions moment be sort of undercut by having Taravangian be like, it doesn't really need to be Gavinor, I just did it because, like, I wanted to, felt like such a weird decision. It should have been like, Taravangian's dialogue, or Taravangian being like, I wanted it to be Elhokar. Why? Elhokar did things wrong. Elhokar was a murderer. Elhokar, like, was a slaver and sent slaves to their death for no reason. Like, Elhokar wasn't innocent. Gavinor is innocent. Even the dialogue of him being like, I wanted it to be Elhokar, but I wanted it to be because I wanted it to be someone innocent, but Elhokar was not innocent.
Yeah.
By any stretch of any fucking imagination. Moash is a villain in this series because Elhokar is not innocent. And Elhokar did bad things. I know that Brandon Sanderson forgets that happened, but...
Well, no, that's the whole point of his almost redemption. That gets cut short, right? No, redemption, I guess.
It's not redemption, because, again, he does not do anything for a dark-eyed person, ever.
But it's I mean, like, saying the oath is, like, a first step towards trying to be a better person, at least.
Sure.
But again,
I disagree with that, but yes, I understand why the book, the way the world works, this world works, agrees with that. I don't think that's actually how redemption works at all.
Yeah, but there is also, like, Elhokar is, you're right, is not innocent, but there is an element of this book that we see, like, Elhokar never really stood a chance, because Gavilar is, like, genuinely a horrific person, and Dalinar fucked up, like, repeatedly.
Well... Dalinar is not responsible for what happened. Dalinar is not responsible for what happens to Moash's parents. I just fully rebooted there for a second.
No, but he was probably drunk at the time.
That was pre-Dalinar. Having a shitty uncle does not justify murdering people.
I'm not saying anything justifies it. I'm saying that we are, like, shown...
I know, but you are trying to say that, like, Elhokar's shitty parents... and I agree with that, but, like, having shitty parents does not change the fact that, like, people died. Like, having shitty parents, if you have, like, a bad attitude and you're kind of a dick, and it's like, oh, I see why he became a dick, is a very different line than, oh, he is responsible for slavery and murder because his parents sucked. I'm less inclined to give you to be understanding of that.
It's really about how you're raised, though. Like, I don't believe people are born good or bad. I think that it is
100%.
They're influenced by the people around them, and it's really hard to see how Elhokar could have stood a chance, and I think it highlights why Adolin is such a good person, because he had Evie, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Navani was a shit mom.
Apparently she was barely there.
As much as like book Navani's,
she's just, like, gone.
Well, actually, Navani kind of sucks. Navani is really interesting in Rhythm of War, but Navani's not, like, a good parent ever. She's sad that Elhokar died, but they didn't really have a relationship.
Well, we never saw them interact
ever.
Like, maybe once.
And but Elhokar turned out the way he did is that Navani was a bad mom. That sucks.
Yeah.
But anyway, I wish that the Gavinor reveal wasn't immediately followed up with a bunch of dialogue about how it doesn't matter that it's Gavinor.
Yeah.
It was just a weird choice to, like, immediately diminish this idea right after introducing it. And as opposed to letting us kind of, as the audience, sit in the fact that he's done this thing to Gavinor. And, like, yeah, I did love that the Stormfather has to be like, Dalinar, I think that's actually Gavinor. Yeah. And I was like, sure.
Yeah.
And so Dalinar's like, I'm not going to fight him. Chapter 132. Adolin is still fighting Abadai the Monarch, and Adolin is like, I promised I would help. And Abadai's like, you humans and your oaths. And Aelin's like, not an oath. A promise. Which I genuinely thought was very funny.
Here's the thing. In my head, I feel like I can maybe come to terms with, like, the difference of an oath and a promise. I think how the book tries to explain it is odd.
I actually like the difference between an oath and a promise.
Yeah, but I don't think...
I think introducing the idea mid-fight is odd. And for Aelin to be like, the reason I'm going to win this fight is because I made promises, that's what felt goofy to me. I actually like that Aelin's like, no, I don't make oaths, I make promises. Fine. I'm into that.
Yeah.
I wish that this had been brought up earlier. I wish that promises had been a thing between him and Yanagon. Or
between him and Maya, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of what helps restore. It's not an oath, it is a promise that he gives to his plate and blade over the years, right?
But I love Emberise's not a promise, a vow. Not a vow, a contract. Not a contract, a gentleman's agreement.
A spit shake, you know?
But, like, promises... I don't even know that... I don't know that the word promise has been said in any of these books. And so for mid-fight, they're, like, battling it out. And Aelin's like, I promised I would help. And how about I to say, like, actually, you humans and your oaths. And then for Aelin to be like...
Actually, I think Aelin might have said it in a flashback to Renarin. Isn't there a moment where, like, Aelin protects Renarin? Or maybe am I just making that up? I might be totally making that up in my head.
It's introduced in this moment as this, like, profound idea that I just don't... It's an idea. I don't know that it's very profound. And it only means something to Aelin, right? That's what I think is so weird about it, is it's Aelin saying that to him there is a distinction that he acknowledges other people would not distinguish between.
Oh, yeah. That's why I say the internal monologue of this justification for the difference between an oath and a promise doesn't really work for me, because it's like, this is just my interpretation. And you're like, okay, sure.
Which is fine. It's just very funny to me to say that to Abadai. It's kind of like the Kaladin reiterating the honors ed, but what I'll see what I can do.
Because the other person in the scene is like,
Abadai doesn't know what it means.
Abadai's like, what do you mean a promise and not an oath? I don't understand. Like
I wish Abadai had taken a step back and stopped the fight to be like,
hold up, can you explain?
But those are the same thing.
Can you write that shit down?
That's why it's so funny to me, because he says it, he's like, no, it's a promise. Like, and I just wanted Abadai to be like,
what does that mean?
I don't, wait, time out. You know those words are functionally interchangeable, unless you're a Radiant, right? Like, yes, oaths mean more to Radiants, but like, you know that you know those words. Do I not know the human language well enough? Like, it's one of those. These characters just say things, and then we get internal monologue for us about them. But all of the other people in these scenes would be standing there going, the fuck did he just say?
Especially, like, if they don't speak the same language, he'd be like, okay, wait a minute. Am I misinterpreting that? Do I just not know what this word means in English?
Also, like, what's extra funny to me is that Aelin, I don't know what language Aelin is speaking here, but it might be Azish.
It might be, yeah.
And so, I don't know if Abadai I don't know that oath and promise are different words in Azish.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Like, that's one of those weird things about these, like, magic translators.
Yeah.
Is that languages don't always have different words for things the way that English does.
Yeah.
And so we have to magically assume that Alethkar and Azir both have separate words for oath and promise.
Yeah.
And that Adolin has created his own definition for the word promise. Despite the fact that Azimir and Alethkar have their own definitions of that word that are not this. Unless, in the world of Stormlight, promise does have its own context. It's not a bad moment at all. It really isn't. I want to be very clear. This is the most nitpicky thing I've ever said in these books. But I just genuinely found this line so funny.
Yeah.
If I was fighting a guy and he was like, I don't make oaths, I make promises, I would stop to laugh. I would be like, what the fuck do you mean?
Can you explain?
But please, time out. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah. Please elaborate. Thank you.
I need you to explain what you just said, because that sounded insane.
Yeah. No.
Is English your second language? We cut over to Zeth. 12124 is really trying to help. He will not be... that help is pointless, because Zeth is going to be awful to him in a little bit here.
Yeah. But this is the moment Zeth realizes that the reason that 6 feels off is there should be 7, but he killed the Edge Dancer with Nightblood, which killed them permanently. Samantha, thank you for that super chat. Actually, stupid people thinking they're being profound is one of my favorite things. That's why Rickon from Severance works so well for me.
Oh my god, thinking of Adlin as Rickon from Severance is so funny.
No, that's rude. No, that's terrible. Oh my god. I do know, I do know what you mean.
Yeah, so Zeth realizes he's gonna have to kill his sister and father with Nightblood. I'm surprised we never find out what happened to his mom. She died. Never mind.
Yeah,
no, we did find out. Nope. I forgot about that for a second.
Yeah, because it wasn't important.
I'm surprised she's not here.
Why?
I'm surprised Ishar did not bring her to hurt him. I think it's because only the honor bearers can be brought back. But I am a little bit surprised that if I was Ishar and I was trying to humble Zeth and I needed to hurt him and I knew everything that I knew, that would be the way I would do it.
Maybe she died before he had the ability to do something. No, I don't know.
No, that's probably what it is, right? We'll get into that with Dalinar.
Great. Love it.
The end of this book with Dalinar is so wild because it's like Dalinar makes this heroic sacrifice, but he's definitely not dead, so don't worry about it.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, the whole like he's claimed by another thing. I don't know.
I thought he just like faded away before.
No. Retribution tries to grab Dalinar.
Yeah, and he gets pulled away into the spiritual. Like,
what returns is that he's been claimed by another. So neither Dalinar is dead. There's two living Dalinars.
It's Valor, because Valor is the same as honor.
And we have Darth Dalinar as well. Yeah. No. This book literally ends with Dalinar making this huge sacrifice, and it doesn't matter because he's not dead. And I think that's such a bizarre choice.
Valor has been hiding on Roshar this whole time.
But I'm just so sick of everyone in the Cosmere not dying. Like, I'm really sick of everyone in the Cosmere
not dying. Which is why I thought he died.
And so the Dalinar, the claimed by another thing, I think that for some people who, like, love... Who don't want story but want to be told stuff and want there to be secrets for them to, like, puzzle at. For, like, the lore people who want to, like... have these like things to tease at. It's such a great line. For me as a person who was like, I actually like the end of Dalinar's story, and we'll get to that in a bit. I was like, no, let characters fucking die.
Yeah.
Brandon Sanderson confirmed Dalinar is dead. Then why write that fucking line in the book?
Because I thought it just meant that he like.
This is why I don't like words of Brandon, because then just don't do the claimed by nothing in the book. Just have him be dead. Why write the claimed by another thing bullshit?
By death, like, because he gets like pulled away like spaghetti, like Kelsier almost did, and then Kelsier like forced himself back, but he literally just like let himself go into death.
But that's not what claimed by an. I don't get it, man. I think he did it so that it's open that he can bring Dalinar back.
Who knows?
I think claimed by another is Ad Nauseam and the Beyond. Ad Nauseam can't touch things through the like. Oh my god, this series.
I have no idea.
I'm literally starting to hate the Cosmere. Unfortunately, I am beginning to loathe the universe.
But the gays are gonna think about doing something.
I know, they hold hands. It's so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. They just think about doing something. Anyways.
Well, no, they kind of talk to Mishram to be like, What do you want? She's like, I'm gonna kill you, and they're like, no, you're not.
No, you're just joshing.
No, you wanted us to come help you. Come on now. Ishar is watching Zeth. Kaladin is like, Ishar sucks to suck, and so Ishar's
nobody worships you.
Start beating the shit out of Zeth harder because he gets mad, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah.
So Kaladin's like, ooh, maybe I don't piss him off. Mm-hmm. And that's kind
then
of
Ishar basically tells Kaladin he's useless.
Yeah, and Kaladin's like, that would hurt before, but it doesn't anymore because I'm mentally well now because Tef died 10 days ago and I've healed.
Warrior thoughts, babe. Warrior thoughts.
Tef died 10 days ago.
I know.
And it has not been brought up in days.
I know.
He died, 2 weeks ago in Roshar.
Yeah.
And has not been brought up in days.
Yeah.
The book really feels like it takes place over like 2 months. It really does. And it doesn't. It is 10 days.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Ishar has a great line where he's like, I wish I had it directly in front of me, but he's basically like, the Spren think that they're scared of Odium.
Well, they
should be scared of me.
Fear me,
because I've got plans for them. And I'm like, God damn, dude.
Yeah, he's a lot. Anyway, Zeth is dying because his Stormlight's running out. Chapter 133.
Poupette.
Huh? Yeah, Adolin uses warrior thoughts.
Yeah. Adolin is doing so well at fighting because he cares. Because when other people fight, they don't care. But Adolin cares.
So
that's
the problem.
The difference.
This is the problem that Wit has with the passions, right?
Yeah.
But Adolin is literally using the passions here. He's like, no, I believe hard enough that I'm gonna win this. And Wit is like, what, you think people who don't believe hard enough that they want to live just deserve to die? Like.
But the funny thing is here, Adolin believes hard enough that his Spren come back to life. Like,
yes.
The Adolin's plotline is the end of Peter Pan. When Wendy goes, I do believe in fairies, I do believe in fairies, and then Tinkerbell comes back to life and saves Peter Pan. I'm not joking. That's what this is. Adolin gets the audience to clap loud enough that the fairy comes back to life, the dead Spren come back to life because Adolin believes hard enough, and he gets his magic armor back. Because he goes, I do believe in fairies, I do believe in fairies. And they're like, sir.
Hey, it's better than Shala.
The number of people watching Shala and Adolin fuck in the future is like they have a fucking
whole crowd.
Audience.
They could sell out a small theater at this point.
Jesus Christ. They probably have more people watching them fuck than are watching book club right now.
Probably. Yeah.
I love this moment. I wish it had happened earlier in the fight, but honestly, all of this stuff gets dragged on a little bit too long in the end here. I do think all of these scenes could be shorter and they'd be just as impactful.
Yeah.
I think the Zeth fight goes on too long. But I think that this moment pays off as much as I am frustrated with how many other Plate and Blade things happen after this.
Yeah.
Because they're not earned the way this is. This moment is so earned.
Yeah.
And it being the end story of Adolin having respect for his weapons and his armor, which in real life is such a real thing, right? Respect for, even in our modern military, respect for the weapon is ingrained in you.
Yeah.
Partially because they're very dangerous and you don't want to shoot your friend, but also because
Blade's also dangerous.
There's just a reality to warfare that you have to respect the damage that you're doing and respect the thing you're doing damage with.
Yeah.
And so the Spren of his plate hearing him and helping him is so wonderful.
Yeah.
And him bashing Abadai across the room with the stuff, great. I want to be clear, I love that the leg piece reforms around his leg.
Yeah.
And that they're like, in ancient times, the radiants sometimes are disabled and we would make up for it.
Yeah.
I'm super into all of that.
Yeah.
And so this moment is so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was very fun. At the end of this book where, there was a lot going on and I was very frustrated. I wish we had really indulged in this moment because it was great. Even this slight comedy of it, right?
Yeah.
The voices in his head and him being like, what? I thought it was so fun. Mm-hmm. And again, we both love Adolin, and we love that, his superpower is that he's just a good person.
Yeah, 100%.
And that pays off in so many ways. And I love to see that. Because I think that a lot of times in literature, a lot of characters are punished for being good people. They try and do the good thing, and then it comes back to bite them in the ass later down the road. And I'm not saying that's not realistic, but sometimes it's nice to just have a good person be rewarded for being a good person.
Yeah, Code Monkey 76 says, I just wish it wasn't yet another fight that happened off screen. The next chapter just starts with Abadai dead. I agree with that, because what's weird is that earlier in the fight, Adolin acknowledges that Abadai would have a lot of experience fighting people in Shardplate.
Yeah.
And that just doesn't matter because Adolin is so good at it. I agree with what you're saying, Code Monkey. It is weird that this is followed up by Adolin killing Abadai off screen.
Yeah.
Because of the element of the fight acknowledging that Abadai is experienced at this particular kind of combat.
Well,
and Abadai should become a better fighter after the plate is off because he knows what he's doing more and he's not fumbling as much.
Well, it's also a very poor strategy. Adolin knows that there's a whole army outside. If he just stayed inside with Abadai's dead corpse, he would have held the throne room, and then he would have...
He's not Azish. He had to get the Azish inside. That's the problem. And the only... He doesn't... And the door...
But he could have waited until the very last minute, thrown it out, and then they use the shock of it to get everybody into the throne. He doesn't know what
the exact minute is, though.
Well, you should have got a fucking watch from Navani.
No. So the problem is that if Adolin holds the throne room, the Azish lose.
Well,
they need because it's not even. What's weird is it's not even Yanagon that holds the throne room. Yanagon's in the hallway.
But then
Nora is holding.
It would actually go to Adolin, like technically, based on the rules of this fucking contract. Whoever holds the throne.
No,
is who gets it.
No. Yeah. That's not what it says. It is as long as the Emperor sits on the throne, Azimir exists. That's what so the language is as long as the Emperor sits on the throne.
So he wasn't sitting.
Well, but...
Because he's fighting, so he's not sitting.
No, but Nora is holding his sword. He's holding the Azish Honor Blade on the throne, which is what allows for this to happen. Which, I don't know why Adolin couldn't have held the Azish Honor Blade on the throne. I actually don't... I don't know, if I'm being completely honest. That's fair. But...
Yeah, I don't know. I just had that thought where I was like, wait a minute.
It is so funny that they all just turn and start leaving.
I know, right? They're like...
that the contest starts and they're like, all right.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good one.
Good fight.
Yeah, see you later. And then, Yanagon is like, your people will be escorted out. Everything's good.
No, Yanagon's a boss. And also,
100%.
Once we heal our people, we'll heal your people. Yanagon, great leader.
Yanagon is awesome. And I think having, Adolin as, a role model and friend is only going to be good.
Yeah.
Shut up, Nora. I don't want to hear it anymore.
So we cut back to Zeth. Zeth is just getting the shit kicked out of him. And Ishar is like, Zeth, I need you to just do what I say. And Zeth is like, fuck you. I am the law.
Yeah.
Skips an ideal.
Yeah.
And becomes 5th level Radiant.
Yeah. He becomes the law. Because the men wrote the law, but the law has to be all... Yeah, it's... yeah.
I don't know what this means. Genuinely don't know what this means. As an oath. And I wish we saw what it did. But it seems like becoming 5th level doesn't do anything. And I don't... As far as level ups go, this was a weird level up to me in that I thought we were going to learn something about 5th level... Radiance here, and we don't.
Right.
It's just interesting to me that it doesn't seem like Zeth has any more powers than he previously did, or he doesn't have a deeper connection to anything. I don't know. Zeth goes 5th level Storm.
We don't get to see what happens because he literally breaks his oaths immediately afterwards. That's why.
Well, and it doesn't do anything to Ashar.
Yeah, because Ashar is like, I knew that this was coming and I prepared for it.
I know that he immediately gives it up. I was going to get to that next. But it's just, you end the chapter on this moment that feels like it's this huge thing, and it just becomes a womp womp.
Yeah.
And that to me kind of, I don't know.
I didn't like it.
I didn't like how Brandon used this.
No,
I love the moment of him saying I'm the law. I think it's a cool idea, but then him being the law genuinely doesn't matter. It doesn't matter after this point.
And then he's like, my friend might die. I mean, it probably won't, but I'm going to put it through immense pain anyways because, ?
Yeah, and look, I'm dressed as Zeth's son Villano, Truthless of Shinovar, who are white on the day he was to kill a king. So, I know I'm a little bit closer to his mindset here than the rest of you.
Sure.
That's how cosplay works.
Yeah.
And...
True.
I think Brandon really...
That's why the weird people cosplay Joker.
I think Brandon really fumbled Zeth.
Yeah.
I was really enjoying up until the next time we see him.
Yeah, this moment I was like, oh, hell yeah, this is so fucking cool. And then he's like, fuck my spren, I'll do what I want. And
I thought this was going to matter and it didn't.
I know, it literally was such a, like, trip and a fall. Like, I
think this book has too many womp-womps.
Yeah.
There's too many moments where, like, the plan was just never going to work. And so Szeth, the plan never working here, him becoming the law and then immediately being like, I renounce my oaths, and
it doesn't matter, yeah.
I don't know. It's such a nothing burger. And it's a shame because this book is ostensibly about Szeth's, like, mental health. And at the end, he's so mean to 12124, even though 12124 seems to be going down the same path
he's like genuinely fucking trying. Like, he's like, I want to learn therapy. I want to be more connected to Szeth than like the spren would. And I thought that it was going to kill him because of that. Right? I thought that, like,
and Szeth doesn't know that it's not going to, right?
Szeth doesn't know. He has no idea what he's doing to this spren, who's just trying to figure shit out in the same way that Szeth is. Like, they're both kind of fucked up, and Szeth abandoning him like this is really shitty. It feels bad.
I blame Kaladin's lack of therapy skills for Szeth's behavior. That's very funny.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Shim Slady says there is a reason this was done, but you won't like it very much. What is that? Please tell me, Shim Slady. Is it a word of Brandon? I don't know. Well,
12124 goes with
yeah, because apparently Spren can leave now because Cultivation and Honor's bond is broken because the Spren were locked on Roshar because of Cultivation and Honor's loving relationship. Sure. Sure. I'm surprised that wasn't broken when Tanavas died because that was the connection between the two powers. But I don't know. I liked him becoming the law. I wanted for it to matter for a moment, at least.
Yeah.
You guys had way more sympathy with 12124 than I did at this point.
I think
he was trying, though.
Anyone who wants to take that step to try and, like, do better
is what the books are about.
That's the whole journey before fucking destination. Like, literally.
That's what the journey before destination is. And, like,
12124 was bullied by his entire species into believing a certain thing. And with Szeth, he thought, maybe this is wrong. Maybe this is weird. And I have a lot of sympathy for that, for sure.
Yeah, and I just think that it's odd to me because Szeth and 12124 are going through the same thing where they are trying to deprogram the propaganda that made them who they are.
Yeah, 100%.
And for Szeth to say you and I are different feels like Szeth just wildly misunderstood 12124 and what all the second half of the book with 12124 meant. And I
literally here's what I think should have happened to make this moment work. I think Szeth wanting to make his own choices and him not having a choice in this bond in a way is definitely a thing that hangs over the relationship. This moment shouldn't have been Szeth forcibly ripping this bond away. It should have been them coming to an agreement and therefore bonding closer than previous High Spren had to the other Stormbreakers.
Yes.
And therefore enforcing this fifth ideal, right? They both get to choose together at the end of this moment. And it would have been so much better. I'm baffled. I'm baffled by this choice because I can clearly see a path forward that would have meant a lot more to both of these characters and who they were and the journeys that they went on throughout this book.
Yeah.
Them coming together to be like, hey, we're not perfect. But, like, Szeth, I see what you're trying to do. And I've talked to Kaladin and I have voiced that I don't think what's going on with the others is right. And I think that together we are the two people, we're the two things, spren in person, I guess, that can heal whatever this rift is between the Skybreakers and the High Spren. And instead, he literally kicks him to the fucking curb.
Yes. Because
he gives 12124 no choice in the matter.
Yes.
Like, Szeth gets to choose, sure. 12124 does not.
I completely agree. I don't understand it at all. I don't like it.
I find it so odd.
If 12124 didn't have that scene at the fire with Kaladin, where he's like, maybe I'm wrong, then I would have, if this had been, if 124 was still the High Spren that had ratted him out to nail, I would agree with this decision. Mm-hmm. But it's just so quick. It's so fast.
Yeah.
And it's not related to the moment at all. Zeth is still trying to fight to save his, like, brother or his sister and father's souls from being eternally stuck in this. Like, the idea that you would be like, my sister and brother, or fuck it, I can't. My sister and father are currently trapped and have superpowers.
In, like, undeath.
And I have superpowers and can save them if I can use Nightblood to save their souls, but I might mean... And so he gives up his powers so that we can have this moment. And this is why I think this happens. It has nothing to do with actual narrative. It's so that we can reveal that Nightblood can give people surges, which I don't understand at all.
He learned it from the Honor Blades.
Like, Zeth throwing 12124 to the curb so that we can justify getting for Fifth Ideal, immediately giving it up so that Nightblood can be the one to give him the surges so that he can be the Mistborn version of... Yeah. Radiant, just felt so and look, weird. It's such a weird power, especially because Nightblood is from a different kind of investiture, and so now I'm like, what? There's so many new magic things introduced right at the end of this book to justify stuff.
Yeah,
and I don't need you to introduce new magic things right at the end of a book to multiple different swords.
Yeah,
there's multiple different new magic sword powers at the end of this book for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, we need people to not have Stormlight in the next arc. And I get that, but this, I don't know, it felt so hollow to me.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because the theme of this story and Zeth's story is choice.
Yeah.
Him absolutely taking that away from 12124 and potentially killing him.
Him be like, I hope it doesn't, but if it does, not my problem. It's weird.
Yeah, it undercuts Zeth's character growth so much. And I do think that Zeth should have the choice. But I think that there should have at least been a moment between Zeth and 12124.
Agreed.
Before this happened. Because, yeah, it is taking away choice from another character. But again, Brandon Sanderson doesn't like to treat the singers or the Spren like they are people.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah. Anyways, I think I think it's a misstep. Again.
So I just want to get this right so that I don't say this wrong. In chapter 131, Shallan turned around and stabbed Formless. In chapter 134, Shallan is in the middle of remember 4 chapters ago when Shallan, the beginning of 4 chapters
stab.
ago.
Yeah.
We're now in the second half of that stab. You cannot tell me that these are chronological when we have so many things happening between.
Yeah.
This was the way that, again, I'm going to say it so many times this podcast, which is going to go more than 3 hours. I'm so sorry, everyone, but like, it's the end of the book. There's a lot to talk about. Are you okay with that? You feeling good?
Yeah.
You ready to go? Mm-hmm. Shallan's stab being broken up by 4 fucking chapters is crazy.
Yeah.
This going like this is 4 chapters. Wild. She manages to shove the knife into Yaddle's eye. Yaddle tries to heal because she has a knife in her eye, but it's an anti-light knife. It's the only time anti-light does fucking anything, other than obviously kill Vienta. She dies.
And Raboniel.
Mraize goes to fight Shallan, and then is like, wait a second, I'm actually free. This is actually banging for me. This is awesome. Let's talk. And so he's like, here, how about this? You come with me to Thydakar. No more problems. He kind of gives up on Biodimishram.
Well, this is not... He doesn't actually offer her anything. Shallan in the next... I don't know. Probably another 4 chapters from here. Shallan,
we'll get to it. Yeah.
Shallan is like, oh, no, this has to end in one of us dying. Like, there's just no way.
We cut to Yanagon, who's just standing there. No one's attacked him yet. They don't know why. Happy New Year! Did someone just hit New Year's?
No, Embry's has like a party, so
fun.
They won't be able
Happy
to
New Year,
stay
Embry's.
much longer.
Thank you for being here for this.
Yeah, Happy New Year, guys.
Random comment 7078. Thank you for that super chat. 12124 literally got between the Herald and the High Spread and Kaladin to save him. Oh, 100%. Like literally moments before he's like, stop.
Yeah, like he actually gives a shit, and I hate the High Spread. But I do feel bad for him because
they can change. The whole point is that they can change. Yeah, I know. I wish Zeth had at least acknowledged that.
Yeah.
Or Zeth had been like, I
even if Zeth had come to the same decision, there should have been a moment.
Or if Zeth had been like, I think that we should go our separate ways.
Yeah, I don't think we're good for each other.
If we break our oath together, we are both free. And if 12124 had been like, I would like to go with you, but I understand why, like, I know that's a lot of dialogue, but it just would feel, there's already a lot of dialogue there. Like,
it could have happened after this fight, because again, you wouldn't have need to introduce that fucking Nightblood is suddenly able to, like, make fucking surges, because I guess...
As if that sword needs to be, and I hate that it feels like Nightblood is just always going to be a part of the Cosmere.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not really excited to watch Nightblood get passed around the Cosmere and be so important to everything.
Yeah.
When it's such a MacGuffin of a... Well, it's so powerful, and it's such a MacGuffin, and now it can, like, choose when to use it. There's not even a downside to Nightblood anymore. Like, it can now choose when it sucks power out of people and when not to. So, like...
Well, they made that choice once. I wouldn't believe that it's able to consistently hold itself back.
The best thing about Nightblood has been the downsides of it.
Yeah.
And if you remove all the downsides and give it more powers, the power creep of Nightblood now is so broken.
Yeah.
Every Stormlight TTRPG game I run, Nightblood is completely off the table.
Banned. Absolutely
because
banned.
I can't deal with it. Like, I can't, there's nothing you can do.
Unless it's like a wish spell where it's like, if you use this, you will die. There is no coming back from this. Your character will be dead forever.
I just think that Nightblood became infinitely less interesting in its ability to turn itself off.
Sure.
To choose not to do it. Because, anyway.
Back to Adolin.
But the Cosmere
Yanagon.
has a serious power creep problem, so I guess whatever.
Yeah.
At the end of it, it's just going to be gods fighting. Like, there's not really any human characters that'll be relevant at the end of the story. So.
Yeah. No Adolin.
Yanagon watches as
Abby comes flying through the fucking door,
and Adolin comes out and gives Yanagon his Shardblade back.
Yeah.
I have reclaimed your Shardblade for you. It's called the Blade of Memories. It's a dope name for a sword.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
We cut over to Zeth. This is when he's like, I don't want to be a Radiant anymore. He says his fifth ideal. This is where Ishar
is like, you can't fool me.
He's like, I have developed a defense mechanism against that somehow.
Because it's anime. Yeah.
End of chapter, I guess. Womp womp. It didn't work. Chapter 135. Adolin is like, I think that I have a way that I can help. Nora's like, we've got 10 minutes. And so everyone gets armor. Adolin like sees through Maya's eyes, and a bunch of dead Spren are like, you have allies. You need allies. We have come. Which is just the we come moment from Wheel of Time. This is literally just this is the wolves. It's fine.
You called it. I mean, I like the idea of this. I think that it is very problematic for what happens in the future. Because I don't get how it works.
Yeah, I think it's magically inconsistent, but it is cool.
A promise is deeper than an oath, though, babe.
Unfortunately, it is a little over-explained. But not in, like, how it functions, but in the, like... And then I pair... Like, the singers, like, stand there for, like, 4 minutes. Because they suit up, and then Adolin starts pairing people together, and he, like, gives them instructions. And I was like, this is taking too long. Just suit up and run. I wish that Brandon Sanderson had spent more time explaining the fight in the shard plate than he did having Adolin like explain the setup for the fight in the shard plate. Because once they're actually in the shard plate and fighting, there's not really much of a fight. They just are like, and then 10 minutes later, a vicious fight occurs off screen, and it cuts back, and the fight's kind of just done, and they won. But they spend a lot of time setting up the, like, and then we're going to pair you guys together, because, like, if you swing and hit them, that's fine. His plate can take a couple of hits, so don't worry about that. Just keep swinging, just go crazy, go ham. And then the chapter ends, and then the next chapter, the fight just is kind of over. And it is weird to me that, like, the build-up to this moment, we don't actually get to, like, Brandon Sanderson in the previous books is so good at describing action scenes. And this book, he, like, neglects to describe the action scenes. The Tom fight happens off page.
The killing the unmade.
Yellignar happens off page.
Yeah.
This fight mostly happens off page. Adolin in plate fighting Abadai the Monarch happens off page. There's just a lot of these like big moments that are built up to by the narrative that are then just kind of been like yada away after it happens. I find that very strange.
Yeah. Yeah, like if I take this moment of everyone getting to fucking don the plate and blade just for the moment that it is, I think it's really cool. I think that the fucking unoathed arm up.
You didn't like the Avengers Assemble moment?
Well, because they're like, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, but
literally, they look at him and they're like, what?
It is so funny because they have no context.
Yeah, they're literally like, what do you mean? And then a bunch of armor and blades show up, and they're like, oh.
But also,
like, he's like, I'm sorry, what?
Like, none of them have ever called themselves unoathed before.
No.
Like, Adolin just says a random thing.
That's what I mean.
It is so funny. Like, it is... oh my god. We have to talk about this.
This moment is hilarious.
But the comedy of it... But it's like the promise thing. It's like, it just doesn't mean anything to anyone in the room.
Yeah.
Yanagan isn't like, oh my god, I'm unoathed.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I've made a lot of oaths to the... Like, all of these people have oaths. They're soldiers. There's a lot of oaths and vows and shit. And Adolin's like, no, you guys make promises now because we're the unoathed. We're not allowed to make... Guys, I just decide... Oh my god, I had a great idea. This is him on drugs. No, you know what? This is him on drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Is Adolin being like, unoathed? Arm up!
That is absolutely valid. He is so high out of his mind. And that makes this so much funnier. Like... Because they literally are so
just tripping balls, yelling shit.
They're like, is he seeing stuff? Man, I don't know. That fire moss shit is real strong.
But he also, like, disappears into the spiritual realm for the whole conversation with the spread.
Oh, I didn't think he disappeared. I thought it was, like, a kind of, like, vision thing where he, like, gets, like...
No, I know. But in the real world, his body just goes...
Oh, yeah, no, he, like, freezes. And then he's like, yeah.
Adolin describing how promise rings give you superpowers while tweaking. That's so funny.
You can make 10 promises because you have 10 fingies. Or 20 if you use toe rings as promise rings.
DK Moon says, many of us still want the Cooladin battle. Me too, bud.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Kay, can someone tell me what chapter we see a Stoneward actually do something so I can at least read that?
Dalinar does one thing, like...
No, Venli.
Does what?
Venli talks to the stones and,
she
like,
has
makes a hole in the stones.
She has conversations with them.
She uses her powers to save Lift in Rhythm of War. They go through the backside of the wall, open up to the cage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There you go, Blue. Whatever chapter that is.
I love that he just comes up with unoathed on the spot, yells it at them, and they all just look at him and go...
Unoathed?
And he's like, I said arm up. And they're like, who the fuck are the unoathed? What does that mean? Just say put the sharp plates on.
Yeah.
Like, just say put the helmet, sorry. Just say, why are you yelling nonsense at people? It's because he's on drugs.
Yeah, he's on drugs. Yeah, 100%.
This is Brandon Sanderson showing and not telling that he's on drugs.
Oh, God. Anyways, Related Renard still holding hands, still talking about Mishram.
There is a lot of, like, Avengers bullshit in this.
Yeah. Then they pick up the gemstone, and then that's it. We shift again. They, like, literally every time we jump to them, they're like...
We're gay.
Should we do something? Are we gonna do something?
I don't know.
We should probably show Mishram what we're doing.
I don't know.
Let's maybe do something. 10 chapters later.
It's been 5 chapters of this. It's so crazy. It's just so stretched out pointlessly when, like, nothing is happening. They're literally, like, having these, like... Oh, my God.
I'm literally, like, imagining the fucking Jaws theme song behind them. It's like... Dun, dun, dun. And you're like, okay, all right. Like, yeah. They're like fucking... yeah, anyways. Doesn't matter.
Then we cut to Zeth. Zeth breaks up with 12124.
Yeah.
And...
It's like, you know, we're not going to have a conversation about our problems.
Nail Spren, who's probably like 1, I don't know what his name is, says, you have let yourself become an attendant to your human, an auxiliary to his will. And then 12124 says, is that so bad? This is why he shouldn't break up with 12124, because he's having these thoughts. Anyway.
Exactly. No, 100%. I don't understand this moment. I really don't like it. Especially the more that I talk about it. I'm like, I really, really don't like it.
And also, his Spren is 121. Oh, interesting. So it's 1 2 1 2 4 his kid.
1 2 3 2 1
1 2 3 4 1 2 1 1 2 3 4 5 4 3 2 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 5 4 3 2 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 1 2. Oh, you do that one. I was gonna go.
Yeah.
Do you know the harder one?
1 1 2 1 1
No,
2,
it's where you
2,
go.
1,
Yeah.
3 1 1 2 4 5 4 2 1. Theater kid shit.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. That must have been absolute utter nonsense for anyone who has not taken a singing class. Or then you switch it up and you do 2 and 4. 2 and 4 sucks.
1 is the hardest one.
2. Yeah.
2
Yeah.
2 3 2. Because it's 2 claps. It's the double clap every time.
Double
it's
clap.
so hard.
No. Yeah.
And you
I
have
did
to start
that
on
one.
Ray. It's bullshit. I used to be able to do it. I don't think I would have to practice to look up
that's talent.
Wow, we're the worst. Why does
so
anyone watch this
sorry.
fucking show? We are gross. I need to shower again after that. Holy shit.
You didn't like being a theater kid again back in Young Canadians when
God.
Scott is like,
Yeah.
all right, we're doing 2 and 4. All right, this time we're
Scott
doing
Henderson?
7 and 8. Yeah.
Oh my god, I remember when I was in a band with him. He was the band director for I won or I came in second place in Youth Calgary Idol. And then the 5 of us were briefly formed into like a traveling singing group.
Damn.
And we would perform at like malls and shit.
Yeah, okay.
I think we only did 4 we had like a whole set
He kept doing that.
We did 4
later.
concerts. Oh, I know. I
And
left because I was like,
he would bring in different like Young Canadians.
but yeah, the original version of it was the 5 like winners and runners up for Youth Calgary. It was like me. I think Kelsey Verzati was in it.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I
I know Alandra did it like later. I
didn't do it with Alandra.
Pretty sure.
Anyway,
like,
this
Hannah
means nothing
did
to you
it
guys.
After, yeah.
But yeah, you used to be able to go to malls and watch me perform in front of Christmas trees. God, my childhood was so weird. The shit I did.
Anyways, wow, I haven't thought about that exercise.
We never got paid too. I think Scott kept all of the money for that.
I'm shocked.
I don't want to, Scott. I don't know, man. I don't know what happened there, so I don't want to like disparage you.
Who the fuck knows?
What was his band called?
No idea.
Rhythm of Earth or something. Earth of Rhythm. Yeah, he has like a studio band.
Oh, it's definitely Rhythm. There's
Rhythm
something...
Nation, or it's
not
Rhythm.
Rhythm. We are a part of a Rhythm Nation.
We cut. This is so stupid.
People of the world today are looking for a better way of life. This book is Rhythm Nation. Sorry, that's Rhythm of War. That is Rhythm Nation. It's just fucking, what's her face? Is it Janet Jackson?
I think it is,
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, so Zeth,
back to the book. I'm so sorry.
Zeth gets Nightblood, and even though he just gave up his powers, he now has powers again because this book just can't help it with the powers. And then Ishar is like, no, I won't let you do this. And he gives everyone the ability to feel all of the Herald's sorrows, which forces them to relive their own problems instead of the Herald's problems, which it felt weird to me that it's a connection to the Heralds, but then they all have very, like, internalized feelings as opposed to feeling... No, but it's not pain.
It's shared
specifically
human pain.
their problems.
Yeah, but it's a shared human pain of, like, everyone has, like, things that they can relate to in their own lives. It's about specific kinds of pain. So a pain of not feeling good enough. Someone's going to interpret that in their own life where they were not good enough.
That just doesn't feel like what connecting to someone else's pain should feel like to me. It felt nonsensical. It just felt like whatever to me. It didn't feel specific enough for what I wanted. I wanted the book to be much more specific about what it was.
Bondsmithing is just vibes.
I know, I just didn't like the vibes. We cut over to Yanagan, who puts on a helmet and magically has plate. And
I love that he's the first up. He's like, hell yeah, we fucking got this.
It's everyone, Adolin, and the guy who was running the smuggler's port, which I just think is so funny. It's not even like people who've been doing a good job. It's 8 or 9 people. Adolin, 8 dope folks. Or no, wait, that's bad math. It's Adolin, 7 people he came here with. That random guy they just met who's been letting criminals into the palace. And then a mysterious 10th person. All get superpowers.
Yeah.
And it's so much funnier that they're like the guy that let them into the room that they met 5 seconds ago.
He's a soldier, at
is
least.
now one of the most powerful people in Asimir.
Yeah.
I think it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And so the POV ends with
And
them
then we shift
getting ready to
again
fight. Yeah.
because we can't stick with any one storyline for more than 45 seconds, and it's driving me nuts.
So then Ishar touches. God, we just cut right back. Ishar touches Kaladin, and Kaladin also feels pain.
Everyone falls over and they start crying. Syl, Zeth, Kaladin.
Yeah.
And Nail.
Also,
everyone.
the first 3 people he touches to do this to, and then he no longer needs to touch them anymore. So he just can point at them and it happens.
Bondsmiths.
Sure, whatever. Chapter 136. It's called 10 People with Sharp Blades Alight. Dope title. Gavinor starts to attack Dalinar. The contest has begun. Dalinar doesn't have a sword, so he's just dodging a Shard Blade.
Yeah.
And then the Swordfather is like, hey, I thought you would know what to do. And Dalinar's like, I don't.
I have no idea. I have 0 ideas. And Taravantion's like, here, have a sword. And Dalinar takes it.
This book is 1,500 pages. We watch Dalinar go through multiple different visions across all of history. And the Stormfather is like, I thought you know what to do. And he's like, no, I don't. I'm so sorry.
I IDK, bro.
I almost DNF'd. I almost DNF'd right. I was like, what do you mean? I don't know what to do. He's still working on it.
Yeah.
So Dalinar gets a different Shard Blade.
Yeah, they kind of fight, and then Taravangian just freezes Gavinor, and is like, it didn't matter. I just played with Gavinor for funsies to bring him here, but now I own him, and I'm not gonna even give him the chance that I promised him, because I'm a straight up evil person.
We cut to the fight with the Unoathed versus the Singers. Notum has a great moment where he saves Adolin from a magnified one, because Notum is in Plate and Blade.
Yeah.
And then the fight stops immediately, and we don't really get to watch much of it, which...
Yeah, because they're all like, oh, the contest has begun, so we're at. Good fight.
So they leave.
See
Aesir
you
saved.
at the next one.
We cut back to Dalinar and Gavinor. Dalinar and Gavinor. Dalinar and Taravangian are mostly just talking while Dalinar walks in a circle around him, looking at his grandson, being like, oh, fuck, what do I do? I have literally no idea. Gavinor is weeping as he's trying to move.
Gavinor is a plot device and not a person. Because he can't do anything, because Odium sucks.
But Taravangian's also promised that he would be king. There is a question at the end of this. Interestingly, there is a question at the end of this of whether or not... Okay, follow me through this line of thinking really quick.
You're thinking that the oath that he made to Gavinor is going to be a problem now that he holds honor.
No. I was thinking that Gavinor is technically the king of Alethkar.
Right.
At the time when the Oath Pact ends.
Yeah.
Sorry. At the time when the Clans of Champions begins.
Yeah.
Which means that I don't actually know that Yasna's treaty to the listeners is valid.
I guess it depends on which claim you believe is stronger, right? Because Odium just promising Gavinor that he will be the king of Alethkar, he will be in charge of Alethkar.
But wasn't I know it depends on if Yasna is the queen of Alethkar,
yes,
or if she's the queen until Gavinor comes of age. But
yes, but she has to intentionally succeed the throne to him. There's not a date that thing expires. There's not an age that expires. That's not ever explicitly said. So
what's interesting to me is I feel like Odium could claim the Shattered Plains by saying that Elhokar's heir is Gavinor, mm-hmm, and that Yasna was never legitimately the queen of Alethkar, because she's crowned in Urithiru. She's only ever crowned as a monarch in absentia. And so the idea that she is the queen of the Shattered Plains is tenuous at best. And so the idea that Odium has to honor the treaty that's given to the listeners is... I don't know that it's valid. Yasna never steps foot in the Shattered Plains. She runs it from afar after being crowned in the night, randomly in a random place, right? Like, she's never actually the Queen of Alethkar. So the idea that it's hers to give away is weird to me. I really thought that this was the way that it was going. I thought it was going to be the double bluff. But the idea that Yasna is the rightful queen of the Shattered Plains is debatable. And Gavinor is actually the rightful king of that area.
But Gavinor hasn't been crowned. There is a ceremony in which...
he was never coronated, that's true.
Yeah, like, there is a moment when someone becomes the leader or the monarch of a place.
But it depends on whether or not... It really depends on whether or not Odium believes that Yasna's crowning is legitimate.
She signed the papers, so at least in Aesir, they would respect it.
Oh, Samantha, I'm not talking about Urithiru. I'm talking about the Shattered Plains. Just the treaty that allows the listeners to have control of the Shattered Plains.
Is it valid?
Is it valid given the fact that Gavinor is of age and is the rightful heir?
Which it was mentioned in this book.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's an interesting question. The book doesn't... weirdly, the book does not get into Gavinor after this much at all, even though he's alive and in the tower.
He's there.
No, I was shocked that we don't get a scene with him.
He is a plot device in this book and not a character.
I was genuinely shocked that he is not... There's not one scene of, like, Yasna trying to talk to him.
Yeah.
Her nephew.
Yeah.
He's just in Urithiru with them. It's very strange to me that he's just sort of... I don't know what happens to him. I literally don't even know where he goes.
No idea.
Do they give him a bedroom? Is he in prison? He has a shard blade. He thinks he's gonna be king. He's furious. The fact that he doesn't, like, lash out at anyone's crazy. Oh, yeah, we don't find out where Lift is at the end of the book. Although Lift and Zyle might have left. They might already be gone.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being...
Anyway.
Probable.
But yeah, just the succession question there is very fascinating to me now that he's 20 years old. Or, no, he'd be like 26 or whatever. He's 20 years old.
26, I think, because he was 6, and they say it was 20 years or so. Yeah.
Well, no, he'd have to be at least 6. He's probably 7 now. Because he was born...
No, I'm pretty sure it says that he's 6 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost positive on that. Anyways, Dalinar, Intervention, yada yada, back and forth.
Chapter 137, The Suckling Child. We have Mraize's POV.
Yeah, so that we can't see what's coming. Which, I'm not gonna lie.
I wish he used that tactic more often in this book.
Yeah, I really hate this whole plot line and everything about it. I think that this moment was cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
think you hated, like, this part of it. And I'm like, no, Mraize is finally dead. It's great.
Yeah, I hated everything leading up to it, but Mraize's finally dead. And how it happens is fun.
Yeah.
I thought that this, like, trickery thing was very in character. I enjoyed this moment, actually, quite a bit. Shallan using her strengths against him.
Yeah.
Hiding which one is the real knife. Very cool. Actually quite enjoyed this, and I'm like, thank fucking God he's finally dead and we can move on from this bullshit.
I was very surprised that the blow dart gun never came back. It was such a big part of their thing the whole time. And
there is a bucket of things that never come back. Why don't you just chuck it in there?
But yeah, Shallan kills Mraize, finally.
Yeah.
I wish it mattered.
Yeah, then we go over to Venli, and they're waiting, and they're like, has a contest started? And Elle's like, yep. And she's like, all right, here's the papers. You've been served. Get the fuck out of my land. And Ella's like, oh, nice.
You've been served.
Nice. Well played. I'll see you later. Well, I'm sure we'll trade. And then Fuse
goes to kill her, and Elle has a shard blade.
Yeah, he's got a shard blade.
Which means that he's a Radiant?
Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. So he's actually very much like Venli. It's probably gonna matter in 10 years from now.
This is my God, and I know I keep saying it. This is my frustration. It's like yeah, it's a cool tease of nothing because we don't know who. This tease would matter more if we knew anything about El's personality. But like, all I know is that he's metal. That's it. Like, he's concept art, and so him also having a sharp blade. I'm like, I guess you're gonna try and introduce this character in 10 years, but like. He's already been in 2 books, and I know nothing. He was friends with the Heralds. We didn't get any visions of that. I'm really worried, genuinely worried, that in the back half of this series, there's a lot more Herald flashbacks. And that we're going to keep filling in the past.
I don't need
but, like,
it. Let's move on.
We've done it so much that, like, I can't imagine they're not going to drag.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm really worried in the second half of the Stormlight Archive that the bloat that this book really introduces of the past
is going to drag down the rest of it.
In so much of it, but not having enough impact to matter. And it really starts with the Venli flashbacks in Rhythm of War, right? That's where the flashbacks really start to become rough. And then this whole book is flashbacks that just don't impact the present. Even the Zeth stuff doesn't really impact the present that much.
No,
it's interesting and they're not bad.
Yeah,
but it doesn't reshape anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't reframe our ideas about anything.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's the only Venli flashback that does that is really find out that Nail pushed Zeth into this position.
Yeah.
Which, lets us know about the Ishar plots earlier, but like we've known that
fine.
Zeth did that since the first book, so it doesn't really change. It's just tough. It's tough to have so much time spent in the past with things that don't really matter because
it builds out Zeth's character, and because we spend so much time with him and him going on this journey, like I do really like the flashbacks, but yeah. I agree they don't add a ton. Especially since like Moss isn't really a character as a spirit at the end. Like yeah, anyways, it's tough. Back to Dalinar, and Gavinar is just like frozen and crying, and it's really fucking awful. Like genuinely just brutal to read. Dalinar's like, what are my choices? Do I actually, like, kill Gavinor? Like, what is the best thing to do in this situation? Because he still doesn't know what he's going to do.
But then he goes, Stormfather, I know the words. And then we cut. Because why would we continue with the action when we could go back to Shallan, who watches as the Spren leaves Mraize's body.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. He's been like parts of it have been like ripped away.
Yeah.
And it's like, fuck you, Shallan. And she's like, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, she's like, nah. Yeah, I get it.
And so she turns again. This fight started in chapter 131. It is 138, and she has stabbed 2 people. That's all that has happened.
And then she turns around and she sees that R'hllyn and Renarin are about to do something, and then we shift again.
Nail, feeling all that shit that Ashar's been holding back. We shift to Syl, feeling darkness and pain, and she's having a bad time. Zeth, POV shift, having a bad time. Kaladin, having a bad time. But here's the thing.
Kaladin has had lots of bad times. He's had bad times more than most people have had bad times in his brain.
Didn't we do this with Kaladin once before? Didn't we do this exact beat with Kaladin once before?
Yeah. He, like, doesn't get hurt in the same way that, like, other people do because he's been hurt.
He's too depressed.
Yes.
I just swear we had this exact beat before.
Yeah.
I can't,
where his depression is actually what helps him through this moment. Because he's like, nobody is more mean to me than I am to myself.
I was surprised that this was the beat. I thought it was going to be Zeth that was going to be okay because, like, the therapy worked. But the fact that it's just that Kaladin, that we did it again with Kaladin, felt a little weird to me. I thought this would be Zeth's moment. I don't know. But yeah, Kaladin stands up despite the pain. Chapter 139, words. It's just Kaladin standing up. I don't know why there was a chapter break there. It's literally...
Because Ashar's like, whoa, who are you? That's so crazy that you can bear the weight of these horrific things. And Kaladin's like, yeah, bro, it's a Tuesday. I've done this before.
Yeah, Kaladin quotes Wit, which Wit kind of just gives him all the solutions to everything. I think it was a torture from Rhythm of War that prepared Kaladin for this moment. I just wish those beats were slightly different, but they're not. He's like overwhelmed with pain, but he's felt so much pain that he's able to deal with the pain. It's just kind of a repeated beat. Brandon Sanderson repeats a lot of beats at the end of this series for some reason. Like 3 different people renounce their oaths as the end of their plot lines in this book.
2.
No, 3. Sigzol, Zeth, and Dalinar.
Oh, yeah. No.
All 3 of them. There's 3 different Radiants who the end of their arc is that they renounce their oaths. And I just think it's weird that it happens 3 times.
If I had a nickel.
Yeah, like it's just strange that there's like these 3. Yeah, it's weird that there's these like repeated things that like, but they don't like thematically build on one another. They're just 3 separate of the same idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kaladin's like, I understand your pain. And then Kaladin says his 5th ideal.
Yeah.
Zeth was like, this is my moment. And then it really isn't. It's really just Kaladin's moment. He kind of just steps all over everything Zeth was trying to do.
But then we shift because we can't stick with anybody more than 4 seconds. No. And Dalinar takes in the power of honor. He's like, hey, man, I can use you. And Honor's like, yeah, but humans are liars. And Dalinar's like, yeah, but like, I understand you because I've seen...
Because I lived your whole life.
Your life. Then
we cut back to Kaladin, and we see the immediate aftermath of the thing he just did a POV ago. But because he's connected to Ishar, the mental kung fu that Ishar had done to block the other 5th ideal from hitting him hits him.
Yeah.
And so Ishar is suddenly
lucid,
I guess.
Yeah. Uncrazy.
And we find out that Ishar's madness is actually just like that Odium's been tainting him, and it's not really his madness. Well, it's just magic darkness again.
No, it's his that is exacerbated by Odium's power.
Yeah. So Kaladin takes Nightblood, severs the connections between everybody, and notices. So then Kaladin notices that I guess he's a fucking bondsmith now because he's a 5th ideal. He notices that he's connected to Nightblood. So Nightblood is able to be wielded by Zeth to fight the other honor berries because it can draw on Kaladin's Stormlight even though Zeth doesn't have any Stormlight. Which is a really complicated way of setting up this fight. Yeah.
And then Nightblood gives Zeth his lashes back because Nightblood has learned from the honor blades.
Yeah, apparently therapy is great for
swords.
Helping your mental health and also having swords teach other swords how to give people superpowers.
I love that for us.
I don't know that I do.
Anyways, we shift again. And Terravention's like, no, what you doing? And Terravention's like, the Honor is never going to accept you. You break oaths. And Honor's like, ooh, yeah, I don't know about that.
Wait. But then the gays appear in a vision.
Yes. We see the gays about to maybe release
So we cut to the
Mishram,
gays.
And they
do slam this down.
They finally break
is
it.
Free.
Like fucking 8 chapters later. Or actually it might be
it's
like
actually
11
chapters later.
Great. Love that. Then we get to chapter 141.
Is this the follow-up about Bada Mishram?
No, this is another jump. Guys, I feel insane having to say...
The end of the book is crazy.
It jumps around, like...
Lane and Renard drop a rock. That's the whole POV. That's just it.
Yeah.
They drop a rock and it breaks.
It's like, do you remember those, like, mighty bean things that would, like, jump?
Yeah.
This is literally what that feels like. My neck hurts, okay?
So many of these beats are great. They would be stronger if they were just together. If we just spent a little bit of time.
Yes, they would have,
just a little bit of time.
Actually felt, like, emotional about them.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we get yanked one way and then the other, and I can't actually, like, sit into this for 5 minutes.
We begin with Kaladin. And he's just watching Zeth destroy the honor bearers. It would have been kind of fun for this to be from Zeth's POV, but... Yeah,
Zeth is such a good fighter. Like, he's unmatched by these shadows around him.
And Kaladin's like, oh, it looks like the wind is helping Zeth. And the wind is like, fuck that shit.
No, that man is
He scares
scary.
us. I was like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And so Kaladin... sees that he is surrounded by too many wind spread for it to be his armor.
Yes.
Because the wind is all here to watch him fight.
Well, and then a bunch of the Spranar, too, because the Spranar are, like, really scared about what's going to happen because they're all about to fucking die.
And then a shudder in the east. We cut to Dalinar. Dalinar gains the power. And Dalinar is like, oh, man, I'm going to take on the power of honor. Because if I can be redeemed, anyone can be redeemed. Even though I wouldn't argue that Dalinar has been redeemed yet. Like, he's on the path to redemption. But he has to make up a lot of damage to people that he had. Like, it doesn't matter.
We are on a timeline.
I know. There's 30 minutes left.
Of the podcast. Okay, we're going 4 hours today.
Oh, at least. We still have so many chapters to get through. We haven't even gotten to the point where Dalinar isn't Honor anymore.
Yeah, anyways.
Dalinar takes Honor's power because Lane and Renarin were gay enough to release Biodomishram, truly a trans ally.
Trans ally? A gay ally?
No, Biodomishram gives the singers the ability to change their forms. So the one they want.
Oh, yeah, honest. Okay.
Biodomishram, the gays saved the trans ally that is Biodomishram.
Love that.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Happy Pride, everyone.
Szeth is bopping around with Nightblood, and that's kind of it.
He kills Posen and Moss.
Yeah. And then we shift again, because we literally cannot stick with anyone. Anyways, Relaine is in the dark.
And Renarin's about to get killed by Biodomishram. Relaine is like, no!
Yeah.
Some men are good. Mostly the gay ones.
People are good and evil. It's not about being human or singers. Singers can also be good and evil.
And then, so she gets mad watching them hug, so she doesn't want to kill them.
What's the rhythm of love, babe?
Kicks them out of spiritual realm, but not to the physical realm, because then Shallan's book couldn't end the way that it does. So they go to Shadesmar
so they get kicked into
on the
Shadesmar.
Oathgate platform.
Yes.
We cut over to Szeth. Szeth
still killing people.
Kills everyone except for his sister and his father. But the Truth Watcher, before he goes, is like, I'm going to send you all the voices in your head to make you lose your mind. And he's like, those voices have been... dude, I've been living with voices in my head for fucking 10 years. You think that's going to get me?
Yeah.
You think...
Yeah.
You think that's going to get me? And then his sister is like, hey, you deserve to die for what you did. And he's like, yeah. God, it feels catharsis for you to know that I feel that too.
But also, like, you don't deserve to have to be the one to kill me because it's not your fault.
Yeah. And so he kills her, and fucking great moment. Honestly, here's the thing. As much as I am being snippy with this book and being a little sassy about it, Szeth killing his father and sister to free their souls from Ishar's bullshit is great.
It's
really like it.
If we didn't cut away from it every 5 seconds, I think it would have had a really strong emotional impact on me.
And
truly.
And if it wasn't like, oh, and now he has the magic of surges through Nightblood. That part of it I don't like as much, but
yeah. Chapter 142.
A man stands on a cliffside.
Dalinar goes with the third option. Well, not really. He's like, I'm gonna destroy Odium and therefore destroy Roshar, basically. But the Stormfather's like, hey, listen. He's like, if you do that, everything's gonna die. So don't do that, maybe. And
so Dalinar's like, okay, and then he goes into a vision.
Yeah, then we cut to Kaladin. And Kaladin's dying because Nightblood takes up a lot of Stormlight. Yeah. And the wind is like, you better watch out.
Better not cry.
You better not pout.
I'm telling you why.
You're gonna be a herald tonight. Yeah. And
so, the wind is like, will you be there when I need you? And he's like, yes, I will. And then he is watching as his arm is destroyed by Nightblood.
Wow.
POV shift. God damn it. Avatar, thank you for 4 years of book club.
Thank you.
This book is so long. This end of book is so long. We're already at 3.5 hours. And we're like, I'm sorry that we're rushing now, but like, God,
What are we going to say?
We're going to talk more on Friday.
Dalinar gets to chat with Noadon, and Noadon doesn't say shit. He gives him some fucking bread, and
I don't understand why you keep saying Noadon doesn't say shit.
Doesn't say anything.
Noadon straight up tells him what to do.
Noadon is like, I don't know, bud. I don't know.
But he's hinting at it. I think the Noadon thing is frustrating because I don't like the way Noadon's used here. Noadon doesn't mean anything to me, and I don't know. This felt very like
all
Tom Bombadilly.
All Noadon does is invite Honor in, who is a child, because the power was left so long without a vessel, it started to create its own, which is interesting. But, like, I don't think Noadon tells him to do anything. Dalinar's like, wait a minute, I see that this child can, like, grow and change and learn and be different. Even though, I'm not gonna lie, I don't understand how that's possible, because I feel like the shards are one thing because they were broken up from Adonosium. I don't really know how they can become other things unless they are combined with other shards. But the book says that Honor, as a baby, should be able to grow and change.
Yeah. I this all felt very much like God rules shit that I don't care. It's too late to introduce. I just don't give a shit. I'm not gonna lie. There's nothing bad about the scene. It's fine.
No,
it just is. It's emotionally devoid of anything for me.
I felt very detached from it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
It's just the bread bit was like, see, remember when? Because here's my problem with it, and my problem with this whole book, honestly, and like the death rattles from book one that like hint at this being the end of the book.
Yeah.
This was just gonna happen.
Yeah.
And like the problem with the Cosmere is there's so many god characters who can all see the future that this is all just meant to happen. And so because it's meant to happen, Brandon Sanderson has written a story where slavery is meant to happen repeatedly over and over and over again, and all this pain. And it's like, trauma isn't plot. And unfortunately, Brandon Sanderson is falling too much into trauma instead of plot. Shallan is a great example of this. Shallan doesn't really have a plot. She just is a traumatized woman who's revealing her traumas to us. And I do think that I think he's running out of steam on his ability to craft interesting foreshadowed prophecy stories. And I'm feeling the weight of it. This Noadon scene really made me feel the weight of him being like, I need you to feel like I foreshadowed this exact moment. And I'm like, I actually don't want to feel like you foreshadowed this exact. I want to feel like the characters doing stuff matters. Yeah. I don't want you to have God show up and be like, remember when I told you I was going to come back and we were going to do this later? This is when I meant for that to be the time. And I'm like, oh.
All right.
So I guess everything the 1,500 pages I read didn't matter because this was guaranteed. All right. That sucks. As a reader, that sucks. And
when it's very not Journey Before Destination.
Well, no, it's all, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
His writing is all destination. He comes up with all these destinations and then doesn't do the best job filling in how we get there. And then the audience who like are slavishly like Sanderson is the single greatest writer of all time throw Journey Before Destination in your face as an excuse for anything that happens in the books. But just because the journey happens doesn't mean that it was worth my time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's plenty of stories that aren't actually worth my time. And unfortunately, this has become one of them. And I really don't know how I feel about Stormlight 6 at this point. Because like, if Noadon can just show up and be like, well, you were supposed to do all that stuff so that we could do this.
Well, and that's why I feel like...
Why am I supposed to care about this?
I guess Noadon is some kind of like off-worlder like Wit. Like he's not like a person.
Yeah. Well, because he literally is like, he mentions Midias.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what the people that are like searching for him called him. And so I'm like, okay.
Well, it's also what the Heralds call him.
Yeah, I feel like Noadon is an off-worlder, but I...
No. Noadon met Midias when he was alive. And now Noadon is alive in the spiritual realm.
Maybe.
Watching. No, because he's watching everything. Because he knows that Midias said what he said to Dalinar. So Midias is watching what Dalinar is going through.
Noadon, yeah.
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 Arazu, yeah. The book has great ideas and poor execution is very much how I would sum it up, for sure. Chapter
we cut to Szeth.
143.
Who's getting destroyed. He kills his father. It's a great moment. Really wonderful. And his father is literally like, thank you. I followed you because I thought you were the one who knew the path. Which is a really beautiful like flip of what Szeth's problem of always thinking that in a novella, I think that this would have really worked. If this was its own storyline, I think this would have really worked.
Yeah.
100%. And then Kaladin has to watch Szeth die, and he's getting like literally disintegrating, and then Nightblood is like, I am not a thing. I can choose. Yeah. And then there's no more problems because Nightblood can turn it off his sucking in of Zeth.
Yeah.
He Nightblood learns that you can spit. You don't always have to swallow.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Honor did.
Yeah. We cut over to what Kaladin is like, everything's fine, but then the world gets ripped apart. The Spren are all freaking out. We cut over to Shallan, who is with Ja Anat.
Yeah.
For some reason, I didn't really get why Ja Anat was suddenly here.
Ja Anat's always creeping. Remember when you said Shallan and Adolin always have an audience? Like, Ja Anat is also part of that fucking audience. Ja Anat sees everything.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah, she's like, I hope that my sister, Mishram, will grant me mercy because I had a hand in this, even though if she hadn't gotten out, like, I would also have had a hand in it so that I can play every single side.
This just feels deeply for the audience. Like, Ja Anat shows up to tell Shallan this so that we as the audience know that this is a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, anyways, Ja Anat's like, you need to get out of Shadesmar now. And the Oathgate sends Relaine and Renarin back, but Shallan is too late.
Shame.
Too late.
Shame. We cut over to Taravangian. And so Taravangian... Oh, yeah, Taravangian's like, renounce your oaths again. And Dalinar's like, I don't think that's how oaths work, but okay. I already did it, so it doesn't really matter.
I did it. I did the thing.
And so Taravangian walks over and takes up Honor. He now becomes Retribution. Okay. Did you find it a little goofy? Because I did. That immediately everyone knew his new name.
Yeah.
Like, everyone, like, I thought it was a little silly. That literally like, people are like, Retribution.
I know, and I was like, well, how would the fuck you know that? Have these two shards been together before?
Well, like, and it's not like at the end of the first Mistborn, Sazed was like, I am now Harmony.
Yeah.
And then, like, fucking Lesta Bordas came out of the cave and was like, thank God Harmony did that. It just felt very odd that we cut around the world to Scadrial. And to, like the fucking the Khandra scientist Wit is working with on Scadrial was like, yeah, he's Retribution now. And I was like,
what?
How do you know that?
How? What?
If it was just that, like, the other gods knew it, I wouldn't, like, if Cultivation was like, oh, he's Retribution now, that might be fine. It was just weird how many people were suddenly like, oh my God, they became Retribution. And I was like,
he sent out a newsletter. Yeah, you have to be in the
it's
email
a zine.
chain. Yeah.
Yeah, he sends it out as a zine.
Yeah, okay.
It's fine. The names of the gods don't really matter that much. But it just felt very funny to me that all these people were like, deep in their bones were like, oh my God, a god just became Retribution.
Yeah. Dalinar's final act is to save Gavinor, which is beautiful.
Beautiful.
Because this storm is literally ripping apart their physical bodies.
Yeah.
And he shields and protects him.
Yeah.
Which, is...
Great moment.
It's a good moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that I do like the idea of his plan being like, I'm going to give Taravangian the power so that the other gods pay attention to Taravangian.
Again, that has nothing to do with any of these characters on this planet.
Yes.
It is making it a Cosmere problem for other people, other gods, other shards, and other worlds.
It's also the problem of Dalinar's turning their eyes towards Taravangian, but Taravangian is now more powerful than them, and attacking Taravangian opens them up to destruction.
Yeah.
The rules of godhood in the Cosmere are that you have to approach confrontation a certain way or you are at risk.
Yeah.
Honor and Odium come to a conflict through an agreement, which protects them from other gods being able to attack them. If another god were to attack Taravangian right now, they would open themselves to risk, and Taravangian is the most powerful god in the Cosmere. So really...
Other than Sazed.
No, because Sazed's shards are in opposition.
Yeah, but
so he can't act.
Everyone says multiple times in this book that Sazed is like the same power level.
Yes, but there's a difference between being the same power level and the danger that you possess. Sazed can't attack anybody because he can't act. He's just stuck, which is why Autonomy is almost able to beat him, even though she's a less I say she, but they are a less powerful god than Sazed, because Sazed's shards keep them from acting. weirdly, I don't, unless multiple gods work together to fight retribution.
That's what's going to have to happen, yes. Because not a single one of them is going to be powerful enough to do anything about it. Unless, like, somehow, like, Valor comes back, but Valor's, like, hidden, so no one knows.
Yeah. It's like an ocean can kill a lot of people, so can a bomb. Very true.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't feel like Taravangian should feel as much paralysis in this decision as he does. Given the fact that he is the most... like, yes, people can fight him, but that's gonna open them up to him being able to attack back. The problem is that his people end up in a slowness bubble that feels like such a fucking narrative whatever.
Well, and also, the problem is Dalinar makes this choice to do this without having any of this information. He has no idea about gods attacking one another and what that means for the Cosmere or how it works.
He doesn't know that Honor is going to decide to honor the contract even though he has no reason to.
He also has no idea that all of the Spren will be saved by this new oath pact. He has no fucking clue.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna fuck everybody. They can deal with this later. I'm out. I'm done. At least I get to save Gavinor, which is a cool moment. But, like... We cut to chapter 144, and it's like, oh shit, like, Dalinar failed, now Odium is retribution, and we need to rebuild the Oath Pact, because all the Spren are going to die.
I wrote in my notes here, even though Batar joined Odium. I'm still fucked up about Batar joining the Oath Pact, and it just not being mentioned. They're not like, didn't you change sides?
Wait a minute.
We cut to Zeth, who's too...
No, we have a moment where, actual really good moment. Where Cal walks through himself. Sorry,
that's what I'm talking to. That's where I'm cutting to. We're not there yet.
Oh, you said Zeth. Sorry.
We cut to Zeth is too hurt. So the Ishar and Nail are like, we need Zeth we need to wake him up. We need Stormlight. There's no Stormlight left. We need to wake him up because he needs to become a herald. And Cal is like, he can't. But Honor is dead. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
So then we cut to Cal and Syl have a conversation where she's like, my dad's dead. And suddenly she looks like a queen. Because she is now the Storm Father. I don't know. I don't really understand why her vestments change.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Koval Petro says, the idea is Sunmaker's gamble. If you have someone is much stronger than you work with others to defeat the stronger opponent. I know, but the more shards that are in the conflict fighting each other, the bigger the damage to the Cosmere is going to be, so the more regular people die. Like, I understand the idea that you're giving other shards a reason to fight Odium, but that's just going to kill regular folks.
And Dalinar doesn't know how it works.
Yeah, it's a weird gambit in terms of, like, I want Odium to lose, so the way that I'm going to make Odium lose, I'm going to make him more powerful so that when the other gods come and fight Odium, they do more damage to everybody else. When the gods fought above the Shades planet, everybody lives in a fucking nightmare.
There's fucking ghost people. It's awful.
The idea that more gods fighting Odium is going to be better for Roshar just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, all these people are just going to die when the fucking explosion of god power happens. I don't know. I don't really get it.
Yeah. Anyways, Cal and Syl have a conversation that Zeth and 12124 should have also had earlier, but that didn't happen. Anyways, they're like, okay, we got this. And Cal's like, I know the words. He walks through all this from ourselves.
I like them being like, we can't ask you to do this, Kaladin. And he's like, no, but I can offer. I like that moment a lot.
Yeah.
And then he walks through his pasts and all of the people he's been throughout these books. And,
the good and the bad.
Really great moment.
Yeah.
It's a really, really, really genuinely, like, it's a cool moment. And that the wind was there for all of it. You know, I definitely think the wind could have been a little bit more personified in earlier books, considering how personified it is in this book.
Yeah.
But this moment is absolutely banging.
Yeah.
And then he says he knows the words already.
Yeah. I accept this journey.
Yeah.
And they were like, wait, no, that's not the words that we said.
Which...
And Kaladin is like, it doesn't fucking matter.
I hated this. Because, oh my god, I was so in it. And then he says, I accept this journey. And then Nail being like, those aren't the words. And then Kaladin having... Like, you get this amazing moment, and then Kaladin it's like having to explain a joke. Kaladin has to explain that the words don't actually matter, it's the intent.
No, you fucking immortal idiot that's millennia old. It's not about the words.
I'm not... I wish Nail had just kept his fucking mouth shut. It was fun. The moment was so good.
I know.
It was so good.
I know. And then Nishar's like, boom, immortal. Chapter
No, that's not what happens. That is not what happens. Because I want to talk about this. This felt insane.
Oh, that his eyes change.
Kaladin becomes a dark-eyed herald, which is really cool. I don't know how he becomes a herald, because I thought God had to be involved. I don't really... How they make a new herald doesn't really make any sense to me.
Ishar has God power.
But then, Ishar goes, now that you're a herald, I have to make you immortal. Why are they separate? Why did Brandon Sanderson choose to make them separate things?
So
Just
that
make
later on...
being heralds immortal.
So that later on, the heralds have an oath pact that can be upheld by different people and new people every time so that they don't go insane.
I guess.
Maybe. Anyways, I have to pee again.
That's fine. I just felt like the end of the chapter being like, now I have to make you immortal, and then a cut was very strange. We cut to chapter 145. Navani feels Dalinar's love hit her, and the sibling is like, oh shit, everything's bad, and we need to go into a coma, and so the sibling puts her in a coma. Navani's plot in this book is that she goes to the spiritual realm, holds a child, takes a fake version of that child out of the spiritual realm, kisses her husband goodbye, gets put into a coma, and never finds out what happened to the child. Navani never finds out what happened to Gavinor. Isn't that wild? She never knows. Navani is gonna wake up from this coma in like 10 years and find out that Gavinor is 35 years old. I was like, what is happening? Navani goes into a coma knowing nothing. It's so crazy. We cut to Shallan, who's begging the Oathgate to put her through, but the Oathgate's like, there's no Stormlight. And she's like, for how long? Forever. Shallan's fucked. Even though there's plenty of ways to get through, realistically, but doesn't matter. We cut to Taravangian. Taravangian is upset, but he's a god now, and he's like making a list. He's checking it twice for everyone he needs to smite, Mishram, gods. And then he's like, oh, gods, they're looking at me. Oh, Dalinar, you fucked me over, I guess. And so he goes into a vision and makes a new version of Dalinar out of a vision of Dalinar because Dalinar connected with that vision of himself.
He gave it memories.
But if you can do that, why not just have an army of Dalinars?
Yeah, because then he would have to get Dalinar to give his memories to every single version of Dalinar that he, like, put him in front of, right?
But just go, if you can go back to the vision after it's ended and do this, just go back to that vision a million times.
Well, but Dalinar would have had to connect with, you think you can, like, No, once you pull that one person out of the vision, they're gone from that vision. Like,
why?
Because otherwise it wouldn't matter?
Yeah, that's my problem with it. Why can you only do this once? I don't know. Arzu says that's assuming Yasna won't decide to off Gavinor. That's actually a serious concern I have. No, because now she doesn't do what's for the greater good, Arzu. She's changed her morality. We cut to Kaladin. Our final POV of Kaladin is, for some reason, he's immortal now, but we cut to a chapter of him burning out from the inside, like he's been stabbed by a shard blade. It's kind of dark.
Yeah.
It's kind of brutal. And he's dead. Chapter 146, Sigzil wakes up. He's in emotional pain because of what Moash, remember Moash, the guy who's not in the end of the book for some reason?
Yeah.
Did. Wit shows up, and Wit is like, Sigzil, my apprentice.
Bro,
I need you to take the dawn shard and get off the planet.
This is fucking crazy, man. Odium's about to see me, and he's about to fucking kill me, so you need to take this because he can't know that I have it. You need to get as far away from here as possible.
So he gives...
And then he turns around and he's like, Taravangian! Like, fucking immediately dead. Like...
And so Sigzil gets to cross into Shadesmar because Sigzil is given a wristwatch, or an hourglass, that puts him in... that allows him to cross the dimension without Stormlight. Yeah. It's wild. Sigzil is off into a different series. We'll never see him in Stormlight again.
Yeah, this is a spinoff.
We cut to R'lain, Renarin, and Yasna. They're watching Navani float inside of a cocoon in Urithiru.
She's in a coma, yeah, and Yasna's like, damn, I need my mother. And I'm like, yeah, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Yasna's arc has been that she ain't shit, despite the fact that we're told that she is the shit for all these books. If Yasna had never come back in Words of Radiance, what would be different?
Well... slavery would not have gotten abolished for 5 minutes.
Slavery was never effectively abolished anywhere.
It was in writing. And it really
Sure.
matters to how this series goes.
I cannot believe the way Navani and Yasna are wasted by the series. Because all of Navani's research into Fabrials and shit from the last book doesn't matter anymore.
Nothing that
The
happened
fourth
in the
wing
last
can't
book
fly anymore.
really matters, yeah.
Rhythm of War is completely undone by this book. I don't know, man. She made that cool wall in book 3.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what? She made that cool wall in book 3, me monk. You absolutely right.
Love that for her. Anyways.
Renarin they all go up to the roof. Sabariel is like, we need you to be king. And Renarin's like, no, we're gonna have an election.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what we need right now? It's to have an election.
Look, democracy is important at all times.
Democracy is great.
It is. I'm not being facetious. I mean, like, genuinely.
This book at this point being like, no, you know what's important information right now? We need to talk about what the governing body of your theory is going to be like after this.
Well, that is actually very important. Anyways.
We're never going to talk about the singers again. Relaine does not bring up the fact that every other singer on the planet is a slave of odium or retribution. We got to talk about how
it's rough.
Narn's not going to be king, even though it doesn't matter.
Fucking rough. Dalinar's body is there, and Renarn does say some nice words.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. It's a sweet little moment.
Yeah, it is.
We cut to Zeth, who wakes up. He's missing an arm.
Yeah.
And he talks. He's like, "Hey, Nightblood, I just want you to be real. I want to be really clear, Nightblood. You did great. You didn't kill Kaladin." And Nightblood's like, "Didn't I? Oh, that's awesome." And then he's like, he finds Molly's fur and Tien's horse.
Yeah.
Which is cute. And then he looks at Kaladin's body and is like, fuck, I'm going to need help to bury him. So he goes to
find a wife.
For a woman.
Yeah, he finds
to help
a
him
wife.
bury Kaladin so that he can marry her.
Yeah.
Yasna, emotionally drained from the day, goes to bed and finds a reply to her breakup note to Wit.
Yeah. And he's like, you know what? It's been good.
And she just wants cuddles.
Yeah, she's like, man, we were not good for each other, but I wish someone would just hold me right now.
If Yasna went out and like got fucked tonight, I would completely understand. It's the kind of boning that you only do when
you've lost everything.
Depression boning with a stranger, it solves zero problems, but God, does it put them off for 10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. Venli. We cut over to Venli, who's in the Shattered Plains, is now the, like, leader of the Shattered Plains.
Well, yeah.
But we find out that they have to go outside and pray to Retribution every night at midnight to have the power to live, which is so sad. The listeners get such a raw deal in this book. They do nothing. They walk home for fucking ever.
Yeah.
Get a piece of paper that says they can choose their own destiny. And then the evil god they've been trying to avoid for thousands of years is like, if you come outside in the middle of the night every night and pray to me, you will have enough power to grow your crops and survive. That's depressing as hell.
Yeah.
This shit sucks.
That's rough, buddy.
That's the end of 146.
Yeah. 147 is...
Wit appears.
Yeah.
To a Contra scientist on Scadrial. Not appears. He grows out of the largest piece of himself because he is Wolverine.
Yeah.
He's just Wolverine.
Yeah. But it's an experiment that works. So that's lucky for them, I guess.
We cut over to Adolin. Adolin and the Unknown, they're all hanging out because they're a group now. They have it's been a month and they already have jackets with patches on them.
Yeah, he's like, I got 37 sets of plate and blade to give away. All right, you're gonna come to me and I'm gonna judge you. You're gonna give me your ideas. And it's gonna be like Shark Tank, and I'm gonna be like, all right, you get a plate and blade, or you don't.
We find out that Nimbin says that that's for every place that's not Aesir. I know that's for every place that's not Aesir. It's particularly sad to me that it's the listeners that get caught up in having to pray to Retribution every night.
Yeah.
Like, that is sad to me.
That's rough.
Given what their entire existence has been about, that they're not like slaves to Retribution, but in a way they are. You know what I mean? Like, it's that tough, because gods are maintained through prayer and through, belief, and those things give them power. And so they're forced to give their power to Retribution in order to have the power to live. It's dark.
They're forced to give him deference, right?
And because there's no That doesn't matter. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah. Anyways,
but we find out that Azer's the only place on Roshar that will have sunlight from now on.
Yeah. Rough. Real bad.
Yeah.
Everything's about to die.
Well, all the humans are going to die.
Yeah.
Because humans can't sing Stormlight out of rocks or out of gemstones into plants. Like, humans can't sing plants to grow. So, like, it's the singer's planet.
Yeah, they're gonna...
Fully.
Yeah.
But they're all slaves to Retribution, so it's not, like,
it's
good.
Retribution's planet.
I don't know, man. It's such a rough ending.
Yeah. Yeah. Shallan talks to Kelsier, and she bargains with him and gets the Sion to serve her.
I really would like this scene, but I have a real qualm with the slowness bubble here. Because Shallan is just stuck with nothing to do, which is so much less interesting than if the slowness bubble didn't exist. And I think the slowness bubble as a whole is dumb. I think it's a really dumb, giant thing to add in at the end of the book. Shallan leaving to go get help would have been interesting. And instead, Shallan is just like, well, I guess I'll just sit here.
Yeah.
And talk to Adolin on the phone.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It literally takes away anything interesting she could
She's
do.
got nowhere to go now.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's a very strange choice. She's got to raise a baby. It's going to be messed up growing up in Shadesmar. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, rough.
Better than growing up without the sunlight in
I guess, yeah. Anyways.
Sigil?
Yeah, 124 shows up, and he was like, wait, you were Zeth's friend? And he's like, yeah, he didn't want me. It's like, okay, cool.
We also find out that Sigil's friend Vienta is fine, but hates him because he...
doesn't want to talk to him.
That's rough. Sigil and 12124 both get fucked by their oath partners for doing the right thing.
Maybe.
Does Sigil become a different kind of Radiant? That would be interesting. He comes back as the law. I
guess.
Yeah. And then finally we cut to Teravangian for Claris's least favorite scene in the Stormlight Archive, where we find out that Kharbranth was saved. They have no questions about what happened to Batar. They have no questions about why they can't leave the city, because they live in the spiritual realm, I think. But they're definitely real and not a vision, but they might be a vision. Because the book is really insistent that they're real, and I don't know that makes them actually real.
I don't know. I already yelled about it. And...
this is going to be how they beat Teravangian later, is because they're going to find this and threaten it. And
I know, but that's so...
I know. Epilogue. Wit applies to be Wax's driver.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Which exists so that when the speed bubble ends around Roshar, there will be interplanetary travel on Scadrial.
Yeah, because we'll be in Mistborn Era 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The speed bubble is to line up the Cosmere. And then postlude. Kaladin and the Heralds are on Ashen. And no one talks to Batar about the fact that she worked for Odium for the final fight. Because it doesn't matter, I guess.
No, it's literally like from... is it Kalak's point... no,
it's Kalak's point of view,
yeah. Kalak's point of view.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Kaladin comes over and is like, it's okay, buddy.
I'm going to do therapy on you guys forever now. I don't really get... okay, so let's talk about this. I don't really get the... we're going to be the Heralds, but there's no downside. Like, and this is what I mean by everything at the end of this book is a cop-out.
Yeah.
Adolin is on one leg, but he
has plate, so it doesn't matter.
He has plate, so it doesn't matter, and his plate works without Stormlight.
Yeah.
Everyone in Urithiru is fine because the Tower Light still works, even though half of Tower Light is honor. So I don't really get, like, what powers it or where it comes from.
Yeah, I have no idea how that works.
Everyone except for the singers. The singers are all in hell. They no longer get to see the sun ever again. They live in an Everstorm. They have to pray to Retribution for power, and they are all enslaved by him. That's a fucking nightmare. Biodo Mishram doesn't come up at the end, so I don't know what's going on with her. Shallan is...
Zeth gets married.
Shallan is trapped nowhere, like, with nothing to do.
Yeah.
Sigil gets away in the caravan, so, like, that's fine. No one really dies.
Dalinar
except Dalinar, but he doesn't actually really die because, A, the Blackthorn is being brought back, and also someone else has claimed Dalinar, so, like, maybe that's not even real.
Yeah, the Blackthorn Dalinar is definitely a problem.
I feel like that gives you 2 Moashes, and I don't know that you need 2 Moashes. Because you didn't deal with Moash. The Blackthorn, here's the thing. Taravangian bringing the Blackthorn back from a vision wouldn't bug me as much if we had dealt with Moash.
Yeah.
And we needed something to fight moving forward.
Yeah, but now we've got Darth Dalinar, we have Moash, we have El, we have Retribution.
There's so many villains, and none of them are dealt... Like, weirdly, none of the villains are dealt with in this book. The villains don't do anything in this book, and they're not dealt with.
Monarch, but he sucks. Like,
He sucked from the beginning, though.
Yeah, like... Yeah, he was so annoying.
Anyway, that's Wind and Truth. We did it. We read the whole book. We didn't like it very much, and...
All of this. Just to have to wait 10 years to figure out if any of it mattered.
Yeah. Maria said, would you want Moash if you could get the Blackthorn lol? No, I just don't want them both in the books. Like, Brandon Sanderson, other than Raboniel, who wasn't really a villain, hasn't handled the villains well, in my opinion, since the end of Oathbringer. Yeah. And so I just don't trust that it's going to be interesting to have more bad guys that he's not really spending any time with.
Can we talk about how we wondered this entire book what the Contest of Champions was? And it was literally just like...
A sword fight?
A sword fight that then wasn't...
Sure. Well,
that happened.
Here's the problem. The Contest of Champions, the contract didn't need to really be that thought through. And the Contest of Champions didn't need to be elaborated on. Because Brandon Sanderson decided what the end of it was before he wrote the Contest of Champions. And so because he knew the destination, he didn't care about the journey. That's the problem with this book. Like, Journey Before Destination is literally the problem with this book because you can tell that he knew where this book ended, and so everything just had to get there, whether or not it was interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the back of this book says it is not the end we hoped for, so... that checks out, actually. It is not the end we hoped for.
We have lost our ability to see what will happen.
For a challenge has come that none of us anticipated. I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
For the power of honor has begun to question. In the last 2 seconds of this book.
I'm going to read this really quick. As Cultivation pulls her final string, that did happen, and sends the reimagined king to seek the truth. We must wait and tremble. The reforged spear becomes the hope of Spren. That really only happens right at the end.
Yeah.
But it's because the wind knows it's going to happen, which kind of sucks.
Yeah.
The reformed woman pries in corners of a god's mind. That doesn't happen.
Sorry, the reformed woman is at Shallan?
Yeah.
She doesn't do anything.
But she does, but she definitely doesn't pry in corners of a god's mind. Dalinar does that.
Yeah, because she doesn't interact with Honor or the Stormfather literally once.
Literally once. The reborn assassin puts his knife to the throat of a once proud people. I guess that's kind of what Zeth does.
The people, though? Okay, alright. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's... Yeah, alright. Well, there you go. That's the book, y'all. Please ask your questions about the entire Stormlight Archive in the questions channel in the Discord. We will be back in 2 days. We will be back on Friday.
Yeah. And then we're moving on to a fun book, Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Yes, and we're moving on to something else.
If you want us to react to chapters in Dungeon Crawler Carl,
you have to let us
know by Friday.
Now.
At the latest.
Now. You gotta get those in.
Before book club ends. Because we might have to do all 27.
Yeah, y'all are
people
wild.
Keep joking about that. I don't think it's true. I think people are joking that.
I don't know.
If it's all 27, we need time to like figure out a schedule to make that happen.
Yeah, we gotta
because we only have a week. So
I'm
very excited to start Dungeon Crawler. I'm thrilled to be done with the Cosmere for a minute.
Honestly, here's the thing. I'm actually very excited for Friday because I'm really excited to
talk about the first 2 books.
Yeah, excited to talk about what I loved about this series and revisit those because this was rough. And I am hoping that by going back with you guys and talking it through, that there will be that I will find that love again, which will give me the strength to pick up this series again in a fucking decade. We'll see.
Given the popularity of Dungeon Crawler Carl and the fact that we are not really gaining subscribers on this channel, do you think there would be any value in making the Dungeon Crawler Carl audiobook reactions public?
No, because it's just going to tank. Like, it's...
Well, no, it can't tank anything. There's no algorithm on this channel. There's literally no algorithm on the channel.
I don't know.
Let's try it.
That's
maybe.
so many videos.
Yeah, but there's no algorithm on the channel, so it doesn't... Oh, no, people might unsubscribe.
Well, I was also going to say, people are there then going to be like, wait, but I signed up for Patreon for this, and now I can just watch it.
Maybe we'll throw up chapter 1.
I was going
if
to say,
that gets commissioned, and then we'll see.
Whatever the free reaction is for Dungeon Crawler Carl.
No, you're right, because it is a patron. No, it's a patron and a member perk. No, you're absolutely right.
But I think the free reaction that we just do, like, I think we could put one out. Like, I think that would be fun. Because that might find some new people.
Ours is like, it is that commission. Maybe we'll put out chapter 1 publicly to, like, so Dungeon Crawler Carl people can find us before we do book club on Friday.
Yeah, maybe chapter 1 is a good way to do it. Like... Because, then most of the things are still for patrons and members, because you guys have paid for that, and I do respect that. But you'll get the inevitable, where's the rest of the book comments? We will just say you have to go to fucking Patreon.
Well, we're not going to do every chapter, though.
Yeah.
Unless they're all commissioned. Are they? They're not all. Ours has done 5. I think that's it.
I don't think that's it. I think Arzu has done 5, and other people have done other chapters. But I think chapter 1 is maybe a fun idea, and we'll just say in it that, like, this is usually a Patreon members thing.
Yeah.
But we want to try and maybe find some DCC audience, right?
Because there might actually be value in, like, always doing the first chapter of a book and putting it out publicly when we start something new.
Maybe. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, yeah, there's more than...
There's definitely other...
That's chapter 42, though.
So far, it's just
43.
5. Few people asking when the deadline is, so maybe more by Friday. Yeah. We should. You know what? We should let the Discord know, because we haven't announced the deadline, and so we need to.
Well, the deadline's always the end of book club the week before. The deadlines have never changed. We've been very consistent for years.
A lot of people commission on the last day a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Well, Friday's payday and stuff like that. So.
Y'all. Happy freaking New Year. It's been
Happy New Year.
Incredible 2025.
Yeah.
We appreciate y'all so much. We've a video going live.
It's been live for an hour.
Oh, we have a video that's been live for an hour.
Because we were supposed to end at 2 and it's 3 o'clock.
No, that's a fair point. Where, we kind of just the chit-chat with the audience and also wanted to check in with you guys and see what 2026 is going to look like. And so if you want to copy the link and drop it in the chat for people... please let us know in the comments of this video if there are things that you want to see more of in the future. This is going to be this video is going to be a point that we can go back and reference, because things get lost in Discord and it can be very hard to keep that organized. However, this video will be a touchstone for us to be able to check in with you guys, and we want to do more lives to check in with you guys throughout the year, but just moving into 2026, this, it can be anything. It can be, I would love to see you react to this movie. It could be, I'd love to see you read this book or play this game, or even if you're
Put that on the 2025 year in review video.
Or if you're like, I would rather you guys did more like spoiler chats for movies instead of reactions or something along those lines. Just let us know. We want to hear from you guys. We're so blessed to have such an incredible community.
Yes. Like,
seriously, I cannot tell you how lucky we are to have you guys. It blows my mind. Every time I think about it, I'm like, how the fuck did we get so lucky? And so thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking through this. I mean, Blue didn't, but Blue stuck through us ranting about this. So, poor man. Rough.
DK Moon, first Dungeon Crawler Carl is going to be 2 weeks, and then I'm doing Sea of Storms from Percy Jackson by myself, and then we're going to cover the first Expanse book. So we have a great month of books. I'm excited to read Expanse, and I have to reread Sea of Storms. I read it a minute ago and then didn't get a chance to book club it. So.
Yeah, you'll have to reread it. Although...
Oh no, I have to read a book I like.
There is a small chance we might finish Dungeon Crawler Carl and be like, we need a full book recap, but I don't know. People seem to not love the full book recaps as much as we do, so we'll put a pin in that.
Yeah, or we'll do them every other book or something. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Problem is there's only so many Fridays in a year. And there's so many...
so many books.
So many books we want to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 2026 is going to be a good year for book club, y'all. We're going to read a ton of books.
Yeah.
And
you're going to put out a book.
I'm going to write a book. Yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah, get ready. Chapters will go up on Valentine's Day, but it won't be done. Some drafts will go up on Valentine's Day. Or maybe it'll be done. I don't know. It depends on how January goes.
That's true.
If you like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you don't, hit the dislike button. Leave me comments down below because the algorithm goddess is hungry and we must feed her. This episode, that algorithm goddess is...
Oh, God.
It's hard because I feel like a lot of the women get really shafted at the
I
end of
know.
this book.
Like, literally, I'm like, well, Yasna didn't do anything in this section.
Oh.
Navani didn't do anything in this section.
Shallan's plot sucks.
Zeth got married.
To the woman who wrote all the epigraphs.
Yeah.
I will also say, telling me that Yasna survives in the epigraphs, I hate that he does that.
You're like, okay, fine. I guess I'm giving it to Syl because she was actually an active part of this finale.
I love that. Go for you, Syl.
Syl, you're a real one, and I hope you get to learn to write, and it's not super tiring.
Clarence, what's your high?
Or I guess Maya. We're giving it to the Spren.
Great.
Man, okay.
We do high-low. I'll give you a second. So when my family, my mom married my stepdad, he had 2 daughters. So we blended. And so we would do high-low at dinner to commiserate over each other's lows, celebrate each other's highs. We do this like a compliment sandwich. So we high, Clarence' high, my low, her low, my high. Compliment sandwich, this bitch. Clarus, what's your high?
I think my high has to be Kaladin revisiting all of his past selves, because it was the one moment that genuinely got emotional for me, because we were allowed to stick with it for a second, and it was like revisiting the series in a way. And so there are some other moments that would have been emotionally impactful to me if we had sunk into them a little bit more.
Well, I think it's noticeable that you bring up that it was just the length of it. It was just nice. At the end of this book, it was just nice to spend a moment with something.
Yeah, more than like a paragraph.
Which I do think is a downfall of the end of the book. Is how much these cool moments are cool, but it's really just so ADHD.
Yeah, that moment is a high. It was well done.
Yeah.
I think that the series deserved more of that.
Yeah.
What's your low?
I don't think it's a good book.
Yeah.
And it's the way it comes together, and realistically the ending being so, the singers are bad, they're our enemy, they're the native people of this planet where we have to just fight them because they're monster. They're the faceless villains. I don't know. I think that Brandon Sanderson
missed.
I think that he has a real privilege problem. And I don't know that he's going to fix it. I don't know that, or not fix it, but I don't know that he's going to be able to write books from a perspective that isn't the upper class being the upper class and getting to fight their wars at the consequence of people he doesn't write about. It happens in Warbreaker. It happens in Elantris. Elantris is better, obviously, because the nobles are at least trying to end, they're upset that his dad's bringing back slavery, but the oppressed native in Warbreaker is such a weird thing.
I know. And
for him to kind of just do that again is very strange. And it's weird because in some ways it feels like Brandon Sanderson is listening to Reddit too much and trying to be woke and bring in these I don't really use woke, but you know what I mean? It feels like he's trying to be socially conscious, but he has this massive blind spot with how he writes native populations being oppressed that he doesn't need to write about. The whole colonialism part of this story just is so unnecessary. If the people from Ashley come through and there had just already been people on Roshar, it just would not be so weird. But he makes it so weird, and then he makes the singer so not present in the story. And I think it's such a mishandling of the plot to make these characters be we're becoming better, but we're still not able to see our enemies as human. Feels so strange after 5 books. And it makes me really sad. And I just don't like that part of this story.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. For my low, I'm honestly kind of torn between the jumping around POVs, because I think that would have been more emotionally impactful if we hadn't. Or, obviously, I screamed about it earlier. I really hate this choice with Taravangian.
Yeah.
And how it was written, right? If it had been Cultivation's POV, I think that it
could have worked for me.
I think that
if it was hidden in Cultivation scene, it happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there would have been wiggle room for me to find a way to accept this choice. But as it is, it feels more like a cop out and laziness than it feels like the right narrative choice.
Yeah.
And it really put me off.
And it's right at the end too, which sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's rough. What's your high?
The armor moment. Aelin getting the armor.
Fair.
I he's my favorite character. I think it does pay off his kindness so well right at the end.
Yeah.
So I think there is a gift in that, and I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah.
I like the way that ended. There's a lot of other stuff in it that, I wish that it had been just him, and I would have been fine with being just him. I didn't need everyone else to get it, but I'm into how that ended, and I just wish I could have seen the fight right after. It sucks that it cuts away.
Yeah, fair enough.
But that's this, like, every compliment I can pay this book, I'm like, but then he kind of ruins the moment, and it sucks.
Yeah, it's tough.
It sucks. Yeah.
We need to go.
Yeah, it's been over 4 hours. Y'all, thank you for a great book club. This was so fun.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for, this was very cathartic for me. I appreciate you listening to me whine and talk about it. We're going to head out of here, but make sure you're following us around the internet for all the things. Clarus, what's the Smut Club corner of this?
I don't know. I feel like we added in some stuff already. Like, Shalon and Adolin really having a growing audience is great for some people.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. Woof. And Honor spits and doesn't swallow. That we know for fact. Brandon Sanderson has confirmed it.
The Heralds are going to get so freaky, right?
Well,
the Heralds are going to be having the craziest orgy on Alawashis or whatever it's called. Alashwa?
Yeah, they're look, they gotta fill their time somehow. So does that mean that Kaladin is like, I can't have Shalon, but I can have Shalon's mom?
Oh, fuck.
Shalon's mom has got it going on.
Does Kaladin have a thing for redheads and he fucks Chana?
Yeah, could be. Absolutely.
Oh my god, Kaladin's gonna come back for book 6. He's gonna float down. Shalon's gonna look up and be like, Kaladin. He's like, I'm your daddy now.
I'm your daddy.
No, he's gonna come in and he's gonna be like, hey Shalon, daddy's home.
Wow. That's
Chat Mimi, thank you so much for an incredible 2 years of Cosmere. 4 years of the Nerdy Wordy Book Club. Y'all do not know what this show has meant to us for these past half decade. Wild. We'll be back next week. No, we'll be back on Friday with a full series recap.
Literally 2 days. We're
and
not
then
quite
next
done.
week for Dungeon Crawler Carl, do something nerdy tonight.
Bye.
Thank you, mods. Bye.